drivers. Policies have changed over the years, and you have a lot of drivers who've been in the organization for a long time who are not in depth with the new policies. So, as regarding safety, strong culture, yes, we want to bring in a culture of accountability, responsibility, ensuring that people are valued, respected for what they do. And also, we're trying to also see how we can streamline responsibilities, make the organization a bit more effective. We believe if the organization is effective, that is the only way we can better deliver on our responsibilities in terms of achieving our on-time performance, reducing the number of breakdowns of the buses, and provide better service delivery. Communication is also one area which we said we'll be focusing on. And when I say communication, it's both from top to bottom and across. It is important that those at the lower level of the organization are aware of the policy, of the initiatives of the company. They need to be aware of how well the company is doing. And if we're doing badly as well, they need to be aware so that we can all work together in terms of making the company a better place. And for National Express, our philosophy is to engage, educate, and empower staff. So we try and educate. When we're making decisions, we have responsibility to make sure, we have a responsibility in ensuring that our staff understand why we're making those decisions. And we need to also empower them in terms of rewards and recognition. And then we also need to, last one. So basically, that's what we stand for as an organization. And I would say in closing that we're really happy to be here. We believe it's a privilege, it's an opportunity to be part of Charlotte. Charlotte being one of the fastest growing cities in the US. It is always a pleasure to be part of something that is prospering and that is growing. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? So I have a question. What's your assessment of the fleet right now? Of the bus fleet? Do we have the right technology? Where do we need to be going in terms of the makeup of the fleet?
So currently, I know there are mostly three types: diesel, hybrid, and electric buses in the fleet. So there's that mix. Yes, the whole world, because of issues of global warming and environmental sustainability, there's a strong push towards more sustainable modes of transportation, of which electric is coming to the front. But I can tell you from experience, the technology around batteries is still something that still needs to be improved. I see now that the City Council is leaning more towards hybrid electric buses, which I think is a safer option until such the time the battery technology improves. So I believe the City Council is on the right path in terms of decision it's making in replacing its assets.
Well, welcome. It's nice to meet you. You may know that, yes, we did have some operating issues with the bus service, so we look forward to your management, and I want to recognize Ms. Johnson.
Okay, I'll take one.
Yeah. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, I'm here. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
go ahead.
Gregg. And thank you for the report. Thank you for the report. I just have two questions in regards to the status of the bridge inspection, the bridge inspections, and also the repairs to the rail, to the issues that we were having in the past. Are the bridge inspections currently up to date?
Yes, with the exception of the 6 that remain to be.
Ms. Johnson, we just had a pretty extensive report about the bridge inspections, and Mr. Cagle said there were about 5, I think, remaining.
5 to 6, yes.
So they've all been completed except for the last 5. It's taking time because you have to coordinate with the railroad in order to gain access to the bridges. But he did just give us a pretty good report on that. I'm not sure if you were able to join.
I was paying attention.
Okay.
That just wasn't very clear to me. So thank you for allowing me to ask questions.
Go ahead.
So all except for the 6. And then, Mr. Cagle, what percentage of I think it was the bearings, or what was that, the equipment that needed to be sent to California, and it was a huge project. what percentage has been completed?
So you are correct. The journal bearing or the truck overhaul is required. It's not just to California, it's to California and Florida. That was part of the new, I guess, process improvements that we implemented with Siemens. Right now, I believe that we have received 5 or 6 vehicles back, but I can get a specific answer from our operations group. And also, it's important to remember that the fleet is divided into really 2 halves, the 100 and 200 series and the 300 series, of which only the 300 series, which are the newer vehicles, are being utilized for revenue service. The 100 and 200 series, which are the older or original light rail vehicles, about half of the fleet, will only return to revenue service as the truck overhaul or the bearing work is completed.
So what's the status of that, though? I mean, I think the question was, how far are we along in terms of doing that
I will
work?
get you a specific answer. I believe that there are 5 or 6 sets already returned, with others in process, both going out and coming back. But let me get you the entire committee, a specific answer on status.
When do you expect it to be complete?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Ms.
Yeah, and
Johnson.
not just
Yeah.
for the, thank you, and not just for the committee, for the public, like it's 5 or 6 out of how many? So we just like a status update of what that percentage is and what the estimated completion is, and just to give the public an update on where we are.
Yeah, so a note on this, the 300 series, which is roughly half the fleet, we're not overdue for the 600,000 mile overhaul, which is what the 100 and 200s were overdue for. The reason, though, we contracted for everything is by the time we're completed doing the 100 and 200s or half the fleet, you have a need to do the 300 series, right? So rather than do multiple contracts, we were more efficient and did one contract to cover the whole fleet. But rest assured, the 300 series vehicles are not overdue for the 600,000 mile maintenance. The 100 and 200s, generally speaking, are, and they are not being used for revenue service until after they have had the work done. I can get you specific numbers, though.
How many of them are there?
It's roughly 42 total fleet. It's roughly half the fleet split between 100s and 200s and 300s. So, and I'll get you exact numbers, but it's roughly, I believe it's 20 vehicles are in the 100 and 200 series, and 22 are in the 300 series. But let me get you exact numbers, both on fleet mix and on status of the repairs. But bear in mind, the 100 and 200s were overdue for the 600,000 maintenance, and they are not being used today, and they will not be used until the vehicles have been serviced by Siemens.
Okay, so it sounds like in layman's terms, about a quarter of the ones that were past due have been completed. And so if we can just have an estimate of when those will be completed, that would be great, because we are receiving questions from the public on this issue. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Graham, I want to recognize the manager from, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Brent explained it well. I'd raised my hand a little bit earlier. I think, Brent, the other thing is that service hasn't changed at all. Taking the 100 and 200 series out, you've been able, with the 300 series, to maintain the level of service you had before the last, I guess, NCDOT paper came to you, if I got that right.
Correct. At no point during any of this process over the last year and a half, service has remained unchanged. The service continues as stated and scheduled, and the schedule has not changed. Even with the operating restrictions that we have, we are maintaining service as we were before this occurred.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the city, and hopefully your 4-week stay has been amazing thus far. Quick question for you, and maybe it's a question for Brent as well, in terms of your assessment of the routes, in terms of getting on the bus at one location and getting to your destination. Sometimes can be 2 hours or more. Have you had an initial assessment of the route system and any observation? I know it's still early in the process, but I'm just curious.
So,
Okay.
do you want to?
I-
I'll follow up.
Yeah.
I definitely have an opinion on it.
So, like I said, we've been here 4 weeks and we've ridden on quite a lot of routes. As far as the planning of the routes goes, that is responsibility of the city council. Obviously, we are the operators. Having said that, we will always share what our views are in terms of how it could be done better. I think as we go along, any observation we have, we will obviously pass it on to the city council. I know there's been a lot of changes being made to the routes post-COVID, and I know the planning team are also constantly looking at all those routes, looking at the ridership data on how they can better optimize the use of the buses that we have and keep service levels to some sort of reasonable level that is appealing to commuters. So, but we, as we move along, we would share ideas and whatever observations that we find on the buses.
Yeah, so from a higher view on routes, there's 2 ways to look at this. One is the hub and spoke system that we currently have. And as we progress and are able to implement Better Bus or Envision My Ride, that will start to create mobility hubs that help to some degree decentralize a hub and spoke system to create a better point-to-point system, and that helps to reduce trips, especially when transfers are required. And our network is designed, it's transfer heavy. The other way to look at routes is just the length of the route. And we are engaging a third party to do what's called a runtime analysis. We have certain routes that, quite frankly, their on-time performance is fairly low. And it's not because the operator is doing anything wrong, it's because the route, it may be, we have one route that basically spans South Tryon all the way from the center, the transit center, to about the Palisades. That is a really long route through some pretty heavily congested areas of Charlotte. It is difficult to make on-time performance very high on that route. So we need to do what's called a running time analysis and start reevaluating routes that are challenging to meet the on-time performance requirements.
Yeah, I continue to hear from constituents in terms of the inefficiency of the routes, in terms of them being able to get back and forth to work at a timely fashion. This is a conversation we had going back to former Mayor Pro Tem ISO, who was very passionate about this. And I know it's a budgetary issue as well. And as we begin to do a deep dive in this year's budget, I mean, at some point, we got to figure it out. And we've been kind of kicking the ball down the road for a year, 2 or 3.
Certainly, there are things we can do to make the routes more effective, just from looking at running time. The other side to that is there are some things with Better Bus or Envision My Ride that we need to invest in, like signal prioritization and dedicated lanes and all of those things that actually, as we have more efficient routing, then you also need technology help, right? And all of that starts to create a price tag that comes along with Envision My Ride or Better Bus.
I hope we can have some conversations during the budget negotiations in reference to this. I just think we got to kind of open that door.
Brent, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that you explain to the committee how the route process is determined and who determines that, and the role of the council and the role of the MTC, because I don't want...
I have a concern that that's not on our agenda, and we're running behind our schedule. So I would like to schedule that more in depth for a future meeting, if that's okay, Mr. Graham?
I think we need to schedule it at a future meeting as well as a budget conversation as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
And I'm getting ready to ask another question that's not on the agenda, so bear with me, because it's on another agenda later today. And Brent, in reference to an update on the transfer station uptown, the temporary facility, what's happening with that, notwithstanding the conversation we're going to have 2 hours from now. It would
So
be nice
I
to know.
wonder, again, I'm really concerned because we have a lot to talk about today, and the CATS thing was meant to be a brief update and introduction. So can we just plan to?
It's a major topic for the council.
Oh, I know it is, but
that-
that's my point. I don't want to do that in a minute. I'd like to just sort of put it on the agenda and have it explained properly.
It's on the agenda. Will you be at the 12 o'clock meeting?
It sounds like I will be.
Thank you.
All right, we'll do it then. Okay. So key takeaway that, for one, National Express is not the one designing the routes. I wanted to welcome Vice Chair Molina, who joined the call after the introductions. So good morning, Marjorie, and I want to recognize Ms. Watlington.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question. It's really more general to the gentleman who just joined us. Forgive me. I don't have your name in front of me. But I just wanted to know, given your experience in most recently Dubai and other cities, what have you seen has been most impactful in terms of enabling more ridership? Because what we tend to see here in Charlotte is that our transit system is kind of the mode of last resort, which is very, very different than what we see in other cities across the world. So if you had any insight on what were some of the top things that cities that have done very well in converting drivers into riders, what those top things were, certainly would appreciate your insight.
Thank you very much. That's a good question. So what have cities done? I think Dubai, as an example, it's all about investment. There's the popular saying in transport industry which says, build it and they will come. As if you know the history of Dubai, Dubai has embarked on a significant transport infrastructure investment in the last, I think, 15 years, and that is still ongoing. So you have to provide the infrastructure, you have to provide a level of service which is appealing to commuters, and so that is on the supply side. On the demand side, which some things I would say, it's not. You also have to have policies that also makes people to leave their cars. So, for example, in Dubai, the cost of parking is really quite expensive. That's just an example. So it's a mix, and it's a carrot and stick situation. Simply just providing infrastructure without providing some sort of policies that would encourage people to leave their cars alone is not going to do the trick. So, but unfortunately, what happens in most cities is people are very reluctant to implement the carrot side of the policy. And people talk about London, for example, in terms of having one of the best public transportation systems. But if you go into London, you can't even drive into central London. It's quite, you wouldn't even try doing that because apart from the congestion charging, the cost of parking itself is enormous. So that is what big cities have done. Charlotte is not as big as London in terms of, so yes, some of those policies might not be, Charlotte might not be at that point in time, but what I can say is, and what I've read and seen, I've been, for example, in the last MTC meetings, there were discussions around the future of public transportation in Charlotte and some of the investment Charlotte is looking to make. Yes, that's a good starting point. And I think if those investments are made, yes, also, that also has an impact on land use planning. You have concepts like transit-oriented development, which you have a lot here around the Blue Line, a lot of developments around the rail corridor. So some of those things, yes, begin to create a critical mass around the transportation system, which, because fundamentally what you're trying to do is to reduce the need to travel, minimize the need for people to travel, have developments around your public transport systems, and that would encourage public transport use. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you. I look forward to a continued discussion.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief. For future discussion, when we talk about routes I just want to lift up the equitable framework. We talked about policies, looking at policies through an equitable lens, and I think this is one area we want to make sure we're looking at transportation and bus routes through an equitable lens. Are there certain specific locations or types of industries or areas that we want to make sure we have the correct routes? Thank you.
I got one more
Okay,
question.
and Ms. Babson, I hope you've noted a couple of things that we need to follow up on based on these questions, because we
sir.
really just don't have time now. Sir?
Well, I'm gonna be about all day today. I'm just in that type of mood.
Wait till I get to your meeting.
You can talk as long as you want, trust me. I've already seen your spreadsheet. And again, it's for Brett and the manager. I mean, it would be nice to get an update on the MTC as well as the FTA report in terms of where we are with those things. I mean, that's why you're here, right? And so it would be nice to have a permanent item on the agenda, even if it's 5 or 10 minutes, where you kind of tell the council where we are. I know the report is almost done, and certainly there's a lot of conversation around the MTC, and I think the appropriate place to have those conversations right here.
We already have an agenda for our next meeting. This is great.
I believe you're right. And just to make everyone aware, I think we're having some technical issues. I believe the council members that are online can still hear us, but we may have lost connection outside.
The studio is on their way.
Okay, so does that mean that the stream, like to everybody else, is down too?
Yes.
Is there audio at least for members
Councilmember
of the public?
Watlington and Johnson, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I think we've lost the connection external, so the public is not going to be able to see this portion.
It's actually not good.
The studio is on their way here now to try to reconnect. I don't control that part, so I'm sorry.
All right, we'll have to try to just recap when people are able to see us again. But,
We're still on, FYI, we're still on Facebook.
okay, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for that. So if anybody can hear us but can't see us, I'm told that there's video on Facebook. Again, we'll try to just fill in to the extent that anyone who wasn't able to hear everything that was said here.
Gov channel is down, but we're live everywhere else.
Okay,
We're live on YouTube, live on Facebook, but Gov channel is down.
okay. So let's move now. We're only 20 minutes late, so Allison, you can make that up, right?
We will
Our
do
next
our
item
best.
is a planning update. Ms. Craig.
All right, thank you, committee chair and vice chair and rest of your committee. We've got two topics to cover for planning today. We want to give you an update on the community area planning process, as well as some text amendments that we have coming later this month. I just wanted to mention that at your retreat, there were some questions about, how's community area planning going? Where are you headed? And so this presentation is really to kind of give you a summary of what we heard last year from the community and tee up what's going to happen next. So with that, I'll turn it over to Alicia.
Thank you, Allison. I also want to mention, thank you all for the opportunity to share about the community area planning process. I also want to mention our project team is Catherine Mahoney. She's also on our team, and as well as Kathy Cornett behind me. And so with that, I'll just dive right into the presentation since we are pressed for time. Next slide, please. With the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the strategic mobility plan, and the UDO, thank you, Council, for your leadership in making these significant progress in modernizing our toolbox for growth and development. We know that there's still work to do. Planning is an iterative process that requires multiple layers of guidance and various tools. So the next iteration of our work and its relationship to other adopted plans are shown on this slide. Essentially how we grow, how we connect, and how we build. And for the purposes of this presentation, I will focus on the community area planning process. And also note that these previous efforts are all building upon each other. They are all connected. And a community area plan is being done in coordination with our partners with the strategic investment areas as well as alignment rezoning. Next slide. I mentioned that planning is an iterative process, and it has multiple layers, and this slide kind of illustrates the relationship between all of the planning that the city does. The comprehensive plan is, in fact, indeed our blueprint for growth. And the second layer, there are other strategic plans that are more citywide in nature, like our strategic mobility plan and our strategic energy action plan. That's in kind of category 2. And in category 4, which is more specific and tactical, is where kind of our corridors of opportunity lie. So this is how all of our planning efforts across the city kind of relate to each other. Next slide, please. So the community area planning process is the third tier of guidance needed to implement our vision. These plans will provide more detailed development guidance than the comprehensive plan for 14 planned areas, excluding Uptown, which recently has an adopted plan that they adopted within a year ago. They will also demonstrate how the citywide vision and goals play out in a unique context for each geography, hence the reason for the 14 different ones. We're developing the 14 plans concurrently over 2 years, we're 1 year in, to deliver this needed guidance as soon as possible, as well as ensure that no part of the city is left waiting for guidance. So that's the reason for the expedited 2-year process, so we can meet some of our immediate needs as far as guidance, as well as do all of these plans at the same time so no one area is left behind. The expected outcome of this multi-year effort will be 14 plan documents that are intended to be used for decision-making, to inform processes such as rezonings, capital investments, as well as a revised or refined policy map. I'll talk more about the contents of the 14 plans a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So in communicating next slide. Communicating expecting outcomes of the plan is just as important as talking about what's in the plans. The area plans are the third tier of policy guidance. First, they will provide recommendations for future development, but they will not create new rules or regulations. The rules for development and regulations are within the Unified Development Ordinance. The community area plans will identify needed investments, but will not provide or promise funding needed to build those improvements. That's done through our budget process. The plans may recommend a zoning change, but will not rezone a property. That's a separate process. It requires a separate process, such as our alignment rezoning and through other zoning processes. And finally, the plans are intended to guide more appropriate development, but will not stop future development. Next slide. So here's an overview of the components within the process, the timelines, and the key outcomes of each phase. So the planned process in 5 phases. We are in phase 3. The first stage was setting the stage for the community, identifying the community's greatest needs in terms of access to housing, jobs, daily goods, and reducing environmental impacts. This work was summarized in community reports that are available on our website, as well as available to the community at the community workshops and our engagement processes. Phase 2 was about creating great places, where we reviewed the place type designations within the policy map to ensure that future development addresses the greatest needs of our community as we continue to grow. This work is captured in the revised policy map, which is scheduled to be released on March 12th. So that's in next week. I'll talk more about that deliverable later in the presentation. In phase 3, which is the next phase, we're talking about supporting that vision that we talked about in the first 2 phases with our departmental partners to identify planned and needed projects and supportive programs to support the overall vision. So it looks at what types of programs and projects will we need to make that vision real. The 4th phase We'll develop an implementation strategy for putting recommendations into action over the next 5, 10 to 15 years. Next slide. Our team is comprised of these elements on the slide. Our executive team leadership, our core team is the project management team, and our interdepartmental internal partners across both city and county partners, departments or organizations are involved in the process. We also have coordinating with external partners such as the Central Line, our regional partners, municipal service districts such as South Park partners and Center City, as well as the University City partners, and also the Catawba Lands Conservancy and our technical collaborators as a part of this work. We're sharing this information as we go through the process and asking for feedback along the way with our executive leadership and our elected and appointed officials. So what does engagement look like? Next slide. We organize our engagement to be equitable and inclusive and range those ideas within 3 major buckets, which are constant, coordinated, and collaborative. The goal of the engagement effort is to be equitable. To date, we have over 130 interactions with the community, and that spans across both in-person and virtual options for engagement. You might see on the slide the number in our digital or virtual engagement is much higher. That's the preference since COVID for our community, and that's the preference across the country. It's just more convenient for people to be able to hop on a call, but we also still provide those in-person opportunities as well. Next slide. The other question I think Council had also at your strategy meeting in January is how are we engaging the public, but also how are we using the input that they provide us. So across these workshops, we have 42 workshops and 42 focus areas. So within each geography, there were 2 focus areas as part of the conversation. And those areas were chosen based on the equitable growth framework. I think Councilmember Johnson mentioned that as we talk about how we grow and how we connect, that make sure we're doing it in an equitable way. A large part of our conversations in these geographies were based on the equitable growth framework that has metrics around access to goods and services, housing opportunities, jobs, and environmental justice. And so those areas were chosen where those scores were either not where the community wanted them to be, and we talked about strategies to improve those scores. And so some of those community-driven revisions are aligned into 3 major buckets around balancing priorities. That essentially talks about, or the discussion with that community around that topic was when there are competing goals within the comprehensive plan. For example, neighborhoods supporting jobs and housing but does not create a healthy environment. How do we balance those 2 priorities within the community and ask some really tough questions about how to make that happen. The other bucket was confirming the vision, was a discussion around supporting some of the community's greatest needs. An example would be old manufacturing and logistics recommended for manufacturing, innovative manufacturing. How do we continue to have access and jobs, but also how do you balance having housing near that type of investment? How does that happen? And some of the recommendations were around increasing possibly buffers or providing more environmental solutions to mitigate that impact. The last bucket of information or question that we asked the community was around enhancing our activity centers. A lot of what you heard the transit professional talk about, expert talk about, is making sure that our activity centers are vibrant, that we can connect to those, and how does that happen in some of our key areas, and do we expand to provide more goods and services to our community? So that's a conversation that we have with the community. Where is that expansion appropriate? And then our next phase of work will talk about how do we improve those connections to those other goods and services. So what that resulted in for that part of the external engagement was about 1,400 acres of revisions to the policy map, which is used for rezonings and investment decisions, which is roughly a 1% change in the map. But it was significant enough information that we received from the community to make those types of revisions. The next bucket of engagement was with our internal partners, and that's to make sure that we are making technical revisions around corrections that some of our internal partners needed to see. How do we refine the edges around some activity centers and providing that transition, and then just making essential data updates as we receive new data around in our community. How does that translate to revising the map? So we're making sure that we have alignment with current information, and then just improving overall accuracy. And so essentially those changes that were made from our internal partners were approximately 9,900 acres of refinement, which is roughly a 5% change in the policy map. If you guys remember, during the policy map adoption, the first iteration was we knew that we needed to make some changes. One, from the community to achieve greater alignment with their vision and goals, and then some technical revisions that we also wanted to make sure that we are making. Another thing to also mention is that we're working with our partners with Central Line Council of Governments to make sure that our policy map meets our allocated growth that's planned for the community as well. So we're in alignment with that. So our infrastructure keeps pace with our growth. So in terms of next steps, next slide, please. There's a lot coming. 2 buckets. The first bucket is I want to make sure we put these dates and timeframes and the process for how the revised map will be socialized or engaged with the community as well as our internal partners. We have 3 iterations coming out. So the first one is in the spring of this year. I mentioned March 12th, and we'll have a 90-day comment period. What will accompany the map is also a manual that says how to use the map, how the map can be changed in the future, and basically talks about the components of the map, what's included. It's an easy guide for both staff to use and for the community to understand what this map means. The second iteration, after we've had another round of engagement with our community in the spring and over the summer, we'll have a second draft to reflect the comments that we hear from the first iteration of the map, and then we'll have another comment period. And then as we release the map for the 3rd time during our workshops in the fall, we want to make sure that we're aligning and making sure that we hear from the community not a final time, but another time as they're engaging around the area planning process. The next bucket of community engagement, this spring, we will leverage workshops as part of the alignment rezoning process, as well as some community pop-up events where we'll go out to the community and meet them where they are. We also have a youth community planning day that will help our younger population understand the work that we're doing, why planning is important, and how they can be engaged in these processes. Over the summer, we're partnering with UNC Charlotte, the geography and community planning professors, to help us convene focus groups. They've been a great partner throughout this work, and we want to make sure that we continue that partnership and allow them to convene folks, special groups within the community to have this conversation so our stakeholders feel free to speak. And then we will have workshops with city staff. I think a lot of times we forget that our staff members and the people that work for the city are also residents and our constituents as well. And we want to make sure that they understand what this work is and how their work supports it, but also get their feedback as community members as well. And then in the fall, we'll have 8 workshops for the 14 geographies using North, South, East, and West as our cardinal organization for how we do those 8 workshops. And then we want to release draft plans, the draft plans later in the fall, early 2025. Next slide. So here's what the bottom line is. The document design, all these 14 plans, what they will look like. Each plan will have an overview that essentially talks about what the process is, how we engage the community, and some key terminology. There will be 14 individual plans that will be roughly up to 50 pages, no more than that, highly illustrative, not a whole lot of text. It would include a community area profile for each area, what are the goals and priorities for each area, what are the changes or anticipated changes to the policy map, so people can see for their geography what the vision is and how the map supports that vision. And then a list of projects and programs to make that vision real, and an implementation strategy that will not be adopted for each one, that provides some focus areas, charrettes, and key action items to support the work over the next 5, 10 to 15 years. Next slide. What I would like to just leave you with is that these 14 plans are different for each geography, but they all support the broader vision and goals within the comprehensive plan, and that they connect to all the other strategic planning initiatives that we have, like our strategic investment areas that our mobility partners are working on, like our corridors of opportunity work that our neighborhood and business services team and our economic development team is working on. So they all connect to each other to support the plan. With that, I will answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have questions?
Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Can you guys see me okay? Yes, you should be able to.
There you are.
Okay. Well, thank you. So I just have a question. I have a few questions. Will you go over the plans with council before March 12th?
The 14 plans are not complete. The policy map, we plan to engage full council sometime this month or next month. That's our goal, to provide an update on the entire process. And we'll also include and talk about the policy map recommendations.
In this committee?
Okay.
Will you talk about the policy map in this committee before you do with the full council?
We can.
I think you should.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, and then secondly, thank you for the outreach plan. I know with the 2040 plan, there was so much outreach. And I think maybe because it was during the COVID restrictions that maybe folks didn't engage like they might have, because I think now people are seeing how the UDO plan affects them. So maybe we'll have more engagement this time. But I wanted to know if we can make recommendations to certain groups that we would like those presentations to. We were able to do that last time. So if we can recommend that different coalitions see the presentation, and if we can make, and different groups, if we can make those recommendations, is that something we're going to be able to do with this part of the plan?
Yes. You can always just send Allison or I an email of a specific group that you would like us to do a presentation to. That door is always open.
Okay, good. Okay, and then another thing that we talked about for outreach the last time was using government television. Can we incorporate that in our plan also? Because we really, really want to make sure that the public is engaged. This community area plan, I mean, this is really the refinement and how it's going to affect each neighborhood. So I'd like to see as much engagement as possible. So if we can just try different things that, the government television and a more simplified version. We kept saying that the last time. So if we could utilize that, I think that would be great as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have incorporated that into our strategy on the Gov channel. We have videos. We also have cartoon videos. We have a little bit of everything. So we'll make sure we push that more. But thank you for your suggestion.
Okay. And cartoons are cute, but people are intelligent. They understand. It's just that we really need to present it in ways that adults can receive it. So I just think that we want to consider that. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. Mine's real quick. I just want to know if I can have a hard copy of this presentation today.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll get that for you. Go ahead. Melina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say thank you, Ms. Osborne, for this presentation and your work. I see, I'm actually pretty excited about, the area planning process. I think we're going to get, oh, my bad. I think we're going to get a lot of great feedback. I love that a lot of this is inextricable from the entire nature of what we do from a city governance perspective. As I think I was discussing with the chairman, I think what we're going to run up against as we continue to, go through this process is the differences in the different areas, right? And I specifically, as a district rep, the humans that I represent are going to come to me and say, how are you, elevating our voices in this process? And I know that every district rep is going to go through that, right? And so understanding the variance on what we're going to be able to achieve, I think that's going to probably be our biggest obstacle. We'll be monitoring, controlling that, I feel like, for the entirety of this process, in my opinion. But again, I'm really excited about the work. I think this draft plan is where we should be. I love, actually, it's something that I wrote down, and it's on slide 11, when you were talking about the process and the map. You got the map, and then you got the changes in the future. I think that's really important for, we're going to have a proposed map. Our community members are going to learn about how you can actually make these changes in the future. So this isn't a permanent process, right? This isn't something that we're going to put our stamp on and we're going to be done at any point in this process. I think the expectation is that we're going to continue to work on it, in perpetuity. So I just actually want to lift that up for anyone watching and tell you guys that actually I think that's really important. And I appreciate you listing that out, including the guide, because kind of going on what Councilmember Johnson said, right? We have these variations of understanding. And I come from a place of thought where if I can explain it to a third grader and they get it, then I've done a good job, right? And it's nothing that says that I believe that the human that I'm talking to is ignorant. I just want to make sure that I can simplify it on the simplest terms, whatever that means. And so I think visuals are good because you can meet every human with a visual, right? And I love that you are incorporating that as well. So great job, Allison, Ms. Osborne, thank you. And I'm looking forward to continued updates.
So I wanted to comment on Ms. Johnson's point. The difficulty for me in a lot of this is that the large majority of the public is not paying attention and is reluctant to involve themselves in a lot of the policy considerations, and then it lands on their doorstep and they go, what? So we have to deal with that. We have to recognize that, as we are seeing with the UDO, there are situations where people suddenly go, well, how could you allow that? How could that be allowed to happen next to me? What kind of a plan is this anyway? But in general, recruiting a large number of people from the population to join with us in these conceptual phase is hard. So there's a responsibility on us to anticipate and to think, for district people to think for our constituents and recognize that the outreach process touches a very small percentage of the population, and those people are usually the most active and motivated. I've heard, though, on my current difficult rezoning through a petition from 18,000 of my constituents, and what they're struggling with right now is what they're being told could happen by right if the petition isn't approved, and what does that comparison look like? So I will just mention that. I did have a question on, I think, page 10, if we go back to that. So 6% of the policy map refined, is that the percentage of changes in this policy map that you're just about to introduce?
Yes.
So that's not what you expect from the community area planning process?
They're connected. So as we're talking to the community about the vision and the goals for the area, the feedback that we are getting from them is helping us to make those types of revisions to align what their expectations are about growth and development, and then the goals in development within the comprehensive plan. So some of their feedback is used to help make those revisions.
So would you describe this as an early adoption of some of the changes that are resulting from the community area planning process?
An early review of where we are with affirming the vision, yes.
Because you mentioned some of it was also just things that staff had recognized that we needed
Absolutely.
to work on some more,
Absolutely.
right, as well?
Yes.
So I'm really interested in that. I want to make sure that that map gets a proper airing. I'd like to see it here in committee and understand exactly what's in there. Because that 6% doesn't sound like a lot, but depending on where it is, it could trigger a reaction. The other thing that I'm still, I guess, wrestling with, and in connection with what I just said, I don't know that everything we've heard so far prepares people for what they're actually going to see. So what I'm wondering is, how can we project an impression, again to Ms. Molina's point, in simple terms, so this is what's going to happen. Never mind all the thought process that went into it, but what will you see? What's going to happen? And so if we can kind of bear that in mind and recognize we may be sending out a message to a large community that doesn't go to the trouble of responding, but at least put in front of them, make sure everybody has seen something so that we can say when something does actually happen, yeah, we told you, that's what it means, right? You're going to have a lot of density around transportation. You're going to see apartment buildings or whatever. And if we can put it in language like that while we're working on it, I think that would be really helpful. And I guess my other question was, we have 14 area plans. What would be typically all kind of subordinated to the UDO, right? So what we're really saying is, this is how we will interpret the existing provisions of the UDO in the context of a setting. But what will the differences look like? Like the UDO spells out a lot of general goals, walkability and the mobility goals and so on. But if I compare District 7 with District 5, for example, what will be the differences between those two community area plans?
So we have, for each of the 14 geographies, we have a community report that provides the specific information for that geography, and it has metrics based on the goals and the vision within the comprehensive plan. So you're able to put two areas side by side and compare how does this area, say your district, say Southwest Middle, compare to East Outer in terms of access to jobs, goods, and services. You can see those numbers or those metrics and see where our greatest needs are, as well as the areas that need probably more access in terms of transportation. We have metrics and you can make those comparisons. So those reports are online, and as we went through different parts of like the east side, they are very different geographies as you go in all the way out past 485. So what helped with the conversation is to have those community reports where you can compare and have actual data to demonstrate, here's where we need more transportation, hence our strategic investment areas. Here's where you need to think about expanding an activity center because they need greater access to jobs or goods and services. So we're able to make those comparisons and have that discussion with the community through this process.
So I guess what I'm thinking is you've got the document and you have a description of one of the 14 districts. At some point, the rubber meets the road in terms of place type assignments and rezonings, right? The policies for rezoning, place type. There's only so much that we can drive towards our goal with our actions.
Right.
And we don't want to kind of contradict the market or the local culture.
Right.
So I'm just, I appreciate today's presentation, and I did ask, for us to learn more. But I'm just saying, the earlier we can talk in practical terms. I mean, another issue that occurred to me was you've got 14 of these districts, there's 7 district reps on city council, and those geographies don't align necessarily, right? You didn't constrain yourselves to put in each of the 14 within a district. So the earlier we can get involved and help you to kind of preview the kind of reaction that you're likely to get from our constituents based on our knowledge, I think the more helpful that would be. And that's also why, when do you want this map that you're going to, I guess you mentioned, what was it, a March 12th date? Or
That's the first iteration of the map. And the challenge with the timing of it, we want to make sure that the community sees what their input thus far, how we've used it. So it's not just the map that comes out on the 12th, it's also staff responses to the comments that we heard during the workshops, the emails, all the feedback that they've given us, what's happening to what they're, so it keeps momentum in the process so they know what they say matters. So that's where we landed with the March date, just to give people some response to where their feedback is going. And so that doesn't mean that they have another 90 days to come in on the map, and then there'll be 2 more iterations.
when you say iterations, though, when will the first change be made that's actually effective? Like, at what time will changes to the policy map go into effect based on this process?
So the final map is anticipated to be adopted with the area plans, and that's early 2025.
But there won't be any changes to the policy map before, no effective changes, like no actual binding changes to the map before
Right.
then? Is that right?
Yes.
So all we're going to see is your ongoing thought process as you move toward the map that gets adopted with the area plans.
Right. And yes, and the thinking and the rationale for that is that we want to make sure that our thinking about how we grow and what shows up in the map aligns with the discussion around infrastructure.
Right, right.
So we didn't want to get ahead of that conversation this year. And it's really important for the community to understand that how we grow and where we grow should be connected to how we connect to that growth and the infrastructure that's needed and the programs needed to support it. So that conversation happens this year.
But what you're describing is basically the alignment that we knew was going to happen, right? This is the process through which we
Yes.
achieve the alignment of the policy map after the initial translation. And okay, good. Just want to make sure there isn't confusion about that, because it's.
Yes.
I think we're at a pretty critical juncture here, and the more we can do to kind of get the common sense, as you say, the sort of common sense implications of this
Right.
out to people, the better. So, great.
Thank you.
Anybody else? We good? All right, so our next topic then, I think, is also Ms. Craig.
Great, thank you. If you could pull up the UDO presentation, and I will go through this quickly and recognize that I am going to come back before full council on March the 25th, so there will be additional opportunities for discussion. You can go to the next slide. So what I wanted to let the committee that at the end of the presentation, but the one that I wanted to spend a few minutes on today would be the Conservation Development Text Amendment. And so I wanted to recognize that this is not exactly the referral, but it's related because the conservation development is for residential developments that are 2+ acres in size. And so there is some overlap between the proposed changes for this and the referral. Next slide. So the next two slides are slides from your last committee meeting, so from February TPD. So we talked about how we're seeing entire developments of duplexes and triplexes that are all one housing type. And what I have circled here is we talked about quantity, quality, and location of developments. And so what I want to really focus on with the conservation development is the quality of the developments. Next slide. So what I mentioned last month is that when we were talking about quality of development, what we're really talking about is modifying some development standards to increase open space, buffers between developments, and other standards that impact walkability and livability. So that's really what the focus of the conversation is today. Next slide. So what is a conservation development? So this is a development option in the UDO. This is a planning concept that has been around for quite some time. It's used all over the US and probably in other areas. You might have even heard of a cluster development is another name for it. So, and what the UDO allows for is a 50% reduction in lot size in exchange for additional open space. What we are finding is that about 90% of what we're seeing is being submitted using the conservation development standards, which is really not what we intended. We were intending for people to use the base standards, not the conservation development standards. And you can kind of see this over in the site plan to the right. So you can see you've got side setbacks of duplexes that are right on the lot lines of an existing subdivision. You've got some really small areas of common open space. You've got lots on alleys upon alleys. And so what we are proposing is that we increase the quality and the quantity of the open space requirement, increase transitions and public street requirements. Next slide. So I want to go into this in a little bit more detail. Again, this is not the referral, but as you start to increase the standards, increase tree save, things like that, what it will do, it will have an impact on the overall lot yield and lot density. So in terms of quality and quantity, one of the things we're thinking about, and now I'm going to talk about the UDO Advisory Committee in a moment, is require some additional tree save. It's called green area in the ordinance, but I think you all know of it as tree save, so that we're really reaching a 40% total. Again, if we're going to reduce the lot sizes for the development, we think that the standards for the trade-off in terms of quality, green area, and open space should be higher. We're finding that people are putting some of the open space on individual lots. The minimum dimensions are really not what we wanted to see. And we were also wanting to talk about standards for open space and making sure that it's not just open space or green area, it's really high quality. And then secondly, wanting to increase the transitions and public street requirements. So as you saw in that site plan earlier, you had side setback of the structure right on the rear lot line of the existing subdivision. So increase the perimeter buffer, or what we call in the ordinance of the landscape yard, and make sure that the lots are fronting public streets or open space. Right now, what we're getting that wasn't clear in the ordinance, and we're getting lots that are on private streets or alleys, and we really start to get into some concerns about servicing those from EMS and fire, et cetera, and certainly service from solid waste. Next slide. So we had two UAC meetings, UDO Advisory Committee meetings in February. We've got two planned for March. And we talked about this, we talked about the referral in a little bit more detail to get some initial feedback, because again, that's what that group is for, is to get some initial feedback before we engage council and the public on any recommended changes and have that discussion with you. And so the comments that we got were mixed. We sent out a survey to the group. We got the results back on Friday. And just wanted to read a couple real quick. It's difficult for me to advocate support or opposition without saying actual language. I'm for good development. I'm also for making housing affordable and attainable for those seeking it. Another comment, increased setback buffers in tree-safe areas should be integrated to improve transitions between densities and housing types. And then lastly, to change open space requirements in transition areas will increase costs and reduce density. That will impair the fundamental charge of the 2040 comp plan, which was to create equity in housing by making affordable, attainable housing more abundant. Next slide. So we're here today before you all just to let you know that staff is recommending changes for this particular provision. Again, this was an option in the regulations. It was not intended to be how most projects were coming through. And again, this is really about if we're reducing lot sizes and allowing people to do that, we really think that the trade-off for open space and tree save really needs to be higher. So we're here before you today. We've got 2 additional UAC meetings this month. As I mentioned, we'll file this month as well, and then we'll be back in front of you on March the 25th for action review. So April and looking forward, we plan on beginning the public hearing process, continue to keep the committee up to date. And then again, I wanted to recognize that we are still considering the comments and the feedback we've received from council and the community about the referral. We're talking through that with UDO Advisory Committee, and we're actually testing sites with a consultant just to see how some of the feedback suggestions that staff has, how that would actually impact a site. And then lastly, the next slide, just wanted to let you know quickly that there is a third cleanup text amendment. Again, this is not major policy items. This is really just cleaning up text, and a good example of that was there was a House bill that got passed this past summer and made changes to the building code, which then makes us need to change some additional standards in the ordinance to meet what was changed at the state level. There's also some clarifications with ADUs, some other language just to help code enforcement feel like they have the teeth to be able to do what they do. So just another cleanup text amendment being filed today, and hearing and decision in May and June. That's it. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I went through that quickly.
Questions? I have a couple. When you say file the text amendment, does that make it available to the public?
Yes, the exact language will be available to council and to the public, and happy to share the details with you when we file that.
But that means that we don't see it before the public sees it.
So I've given you a highlight of really the major changes that we're talking about. So the actual text itself will then be much more detailed in terms of the actual ordinance language that's being proposed. But what I proposed on slide 6 is really the meat of what we propose changing.
When exactly are you going to file it?
I believe March the 25th, which is also the same day that I'm coming for action review. And so we can have some additional conversations there about it.
See, I think this could engender a certain amount of debate, and you indicated that on the slide. This is a higher density than we actually intended in the UDO in relation to the quality of the open space that's being created, but it's higher density. So when we introduce something that limits density, how big a difference do you think it makes? Like if people use this conservation provision, are they getting 20% more units, or?
That's the testing that we're doing right now, so I don't have the answer for that. So, but it's an additional 15% for the site, so it really will vary, of course, how big the site is.
And this applies to lots of all sizes? right?
Conservation developments are 2 acres or more. Developments that are 2
But
plus
smaller
acres.
than the 5 you were talking about for the referral.
Right.
Is anybody else kind of concerned about this?
So, I mean,
or,
I think, so what I wanted to mention again is that this is a development option in the UDO. This is not our base standards for development. This is an option that people are utilizing, and finding that about 90% of what we're seeing are using these provisions tells you that the trade-offs of lower lot sizes to open space are probably not calibrated correctly, and that some of the, in terms of, we're seeing lots of alleys and private streets, which is also what was not intended, so that language isn't clear, and so people are utilizing that, which then creates some concerns for our service providers in actually accessing the units for solid waste or for emergency services.
So we have a tension here between due process and the need to do something quickly to stop the flood of development that we think does not actually align with what we intended. I get
Correct.
that. I think we need to just, we need to not be locked into a certain timeline so that council sort of feels that we're scrambling before we got really comfortable about this. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, that's exactly what I was going to.
Okay.
The fact, so let me preface my statement. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you, Ms. Craig, thank you for the information. I know you guys are working hard, but what happens for us as the body of oversight is that we serve as this conduit, this direct conduit, right? So you propose a change. That change is based on your specific research, and then we have to translate that to the people who are calling us, emailing us, texting us, having things pop up next door, and try to really make sense of what's going on. I have, in particular, an example that I'm thinking of right now, something that is a by right development, right? I have my first issue with reference to, the UDO and someone being able to complete a by right development, and, it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood according to the residents. They're looking for a character overlay, and they're calling me and they're like, we want you to make an update to the UDO, not understanding that, an update would be something that would be applicable to the entire city as opposed to it just being this one development. But then there's that losing it in translation, right? And so I feel like the most important people to be adept at what's happening here, even when you see something, is us. Because we are the conduit to the public. We are the oversight body for the public. And so I don't know where and how and at what rate we, facilitate that. But when I'm caught on a dime and then I'm having to access you guys to research it when you've researched it, so I'm like now asking you to double research it. But it's simply for the purpose of that transparency. It's simply for the purpose of, dealing with the humans that we represent on a daily basis and serving, again, it's that conduit. So I, Mr. Chair, I don't know if that's something that we would start here with in committee or, kind of what that process is, but we have to be adept at this, right? And right now, I don't even feel like I am. I feel like, even based on your explanation, I'm still trying to, make it real. Because although I'm pretty intelligent, I can't really make this tangible in my mind as to how I disseminate this information in the public. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, and I think today was really intended to be a notice before we filed to committee, and then to go back before full council on the 25th. And then the filing of the text amendment, it just starts the process. And so then we'll, have a public hearing. We'll update you all next month at your committee meeting. It'll go to the Planning Commission before it goes to decision, and we'll have a number of public engagement opportunities, which we probably should have added a slide. I was just trying to get through quickly. I know we're running out of time. But there will be a whole public engagement part of this. But because of what we're seeing in the site that you're talking about is a conservation.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking
yeah.
about. So it's a conservation development.
Ms. Watlington has to leave. On if
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe not. Okay, I guess she did have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You-
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Allison, thank you for the presentation and information. I do agree that, we need to be deliberate about the implications of this, but I will say I appreciate you bringing this up and addressing it in a somewhat expeditious manner, because I'm having a couple of challenges with this very thing that is District 1, and it's not very clear to the residents that will be impacted by this particular, policy pocket, if you will. And so you've actually saved me a call to you, because I've had some conversations over the last couple of weeks around this. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this will materialize, and I'm happy to give you some dimensions about what's going on.
Thank you.
One, if that will help.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good. That is a huge amount of work. Really appreciate it, and we will try to keep up with you. How about
Yeah.
that?
Try.
We have
Try.
one more item and 4 more minutes. How are we doing?
Yes, sir. We can run over up to about 10 minutes after 11:30.
Are we all good for that?
And
All
so
right.
would love to welcome Julia and Andrew to present to us on the performance management framework.
Okay.
All right, I'll get started while they're transitioning, since we are running short on time. Julia Martin, Special Assistant to the City Manager, joined by Andrew Bowen from IT, to talk to you today about where we are with performance measures. Just a quick reminder, you'll be seeing, we have 7 slides today. You'll be seeing 6 of the same slides in each committee. So don't worry if we zip through this first part, you'll be seeing it again sometime today. We just want to seek your feedback today on performance measures. We are not asking for any vote or anything formal. Next slide, please. Just a reminder for everyone about where we've been and where we're going. This started with the work that Council did in January at the annual strategy meeting, selecting their policy goals and objectives that aligned with these strategic priorities. Came back in February to affirm those, and that kind of set staff off to the races in terms of matching performance measures with the selected policy goals and objectives that Council chose in January. We're here in March to talk to you about where we are with that, get your feedback, and then we will be working full steam ahead through May and June to develop something for the budget book that is a holistic performance management that includes all the policy goals and objectives across all committees. Importantly, today we do not have targets. We will be working on that in the next 2 months. So we want to get your feedback first on some of the measures, and then we'll be working to what is the target for each of these goals and objectives. In the future, working towards something public, so whether it's a live-to-date dashboard, a static report that updates once a month. We heard loud and clear that it's important to have these easily accessible to the public, easy to understand, and a tool that Council can use for decision-making. Next slide, please. So just a quick hit about our approach to identifying performance measures. Obviously, we want to leverage existing measures where possible. So a number of the committee's selected policy goals from the comprehensive plan, which already have measures associated with them. Some of the information is already being tracked by departments. So in Safe Communities, they selected some measures around crime, and we obviously already track crime rates. One thing we took some time to do is differentiate between what is a city measure and what's a community measure. So you see 2 examples there on the slide. The real differentiating factor is what data we can measure on a community-wide basis and how much influence we as the city have over how that measure flows. As we saw across all the committees how the policy goals and objectives aligned, we understood there's some opportunity to roll up some policy goals and objectives into other committees. So we didn't lose them. We just think they fit maybe better in a different spot. So Andrew will talk a bit about that. And then obviously some identify any gaps or areas for refinement as we continue to iterate on this moving forward to May. So I think next slide, and I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Morning. Thank you. Andrew Bowen, Innovation and Technology. I'm joined by Jackie Tynan, our Data Analytics Manager. Just to talk about our favorite part of this is the numbers. So just to go over what you all were working through while you were on retreat, the selected policy goals that you worked through as you were whiteboarding the session, you also selected 29 policy objectives that rolled up into those different goals. And through all of those different objectives, some of them were very unique, and you could have one measure, and some of them were very flexible, so to speak, that we could have had multiple measures. So where we've landed so far is we've got 37 measures that will cover all the way up through your 18 policy goals that you had identified. It's a very squishy number because some things can be, again, calculated very discreetly and others kind of in depth. And one example we wanted to share is about the number of stakeholders engagement, because we saw engage the community throughout all of the objectives and up into the policy goals across all of the objectives. So what we wanted to do is make sure that we track it only in one place, but indicate to you all that it does relate to all of your different policy or strategic objectives. So as an example, number of stakeholders engaged in across multiple methods relates to meaningfully engaged residents, which is really born in the equity and governance framework. And if you want to look at specific to TPD, the objectives and the associated policy goals, you have the handout in front of you, and then all of the proposed measures, which are on the next slide, please. The three main policy goals were really Comp Plan 1, 5, and the Strategic Mobility Plan. And again, going through all of those things, using your objectives that you selected as kind of the guardrails, is how we identified the measures. And as Julia mentioned, some of these are city measures that we have a city operation has a direct impact on. And there are some that are community measures where it's less direct. But what we intend to do with some of the information we provide back as part of either the handout or a dashboard is to really indicate for any given measure the policy levers you may have available to you to affect any of the changes.
So next steps, and then we can probably go back and get some of your feedback. I'll say you'll see we are in process in this. So we were working up to the minute of today, and we'll keep working right after. So just as an example, how we engage our community, I think we saw in Alicia's presentation about workshops and office hours, and we know that's something that council is very interested in, but how do we measure how we are meaningfully engaging? That's going to be something we're really going to have to work on over the next couple of months to understand what does a number mean? Is 130,000 great? But what if you have 25 wonderful conversations that are 3 hours long? So that's going to be something that we're going to have to work on, what that really means. Obviously, we're working to identify target measures. There's going to have to be, obviously, back-end processes to get this information automated, whether it is, some of these will get on a monthly basis, some will be less frequent, and then build a public reporting infrastructure that you can use as a tool to engage your community, support decision-making that you all do. So that's it. I think we did 7 minutes.
All right. Comments? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First of all, Andrew, thank you guys for being here. Actually, I had Andrew at one of my town halls, and he, pulled out the Quality of Life Explorer and made it my best friend in the whole wide world. I am the biggest believer ever in that tool and many of the information and technology tools that we have at our disposal. So thank you guys for kind of, putting this out here. And actually, your statement is magnetic. Engagement, because we keep saying that word, right? We keep saying engagement, and I think of almost like engagement exhaustion, right? And so is it better for us to have a room full of people, or is it better for us to have a room full of stakeholders that are engaged in this specific conversation that can give us quality feedback? I think that's what we battle with all the time. That's a really important point, I believe, in our work to isolate, as we continue to look at that target. And I think it's more qualitative than it is quantitative, right, to say the quality of the human being we're getting information from for our quantitative purposes. How engaged, how adept are they at the material that we're actually discussing at that moment? So that's to be continued. I'd actually like to talk to you a little bit more about my thoughts on that offline. But as far as qualitative and quantitative metrics with reference to this discussion, can you give me a little bit, because, well, two things. One, I have read so many times when we talk about safe and equitable mobility, we've been getting hammered for one word that was in the news. And I want to, if you would allow me, Mr. Chair, just to take 2 seconds to clear that up.
Actually, I'm going to clear that up because
Okay.
I was the one that.
I know, but
I'll take care of it.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
do that.
because I seconded that motion, but it was in no way to, like, say that it wasn't important, right, or anything like that. I think, some of the stakeholders that came to actually speak are some very important stakeholders that are completely and totally engaged around some of these, items that you discussed for policy and our goals and our objectives. So I just wanted to take a parenthesis and highlight that too, because again, it lends itself to that kind of quality conversation, right, and the stakeholders that we need at the table to engage to make sure that we're, being properly, informed from a community-based perspective. But again, thank you for your work. I'd like to talk to you offline, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, I would like to clarify this on Vision Zero. Somehow, after our last conversation, the idea went out there that we were retreating from Vision Zero. And nothing could be further from the truth. Our commitment is exactly as it was. And in fact, what we were talking about was reinforcing that commitment by having an accountable way to demonstrate how effective what we're doing is. If the only goal you have out there is zero, and given that we can't completely control these things, and therefore, realistically, in a large city, you're not likely to get to zero, then how do we know whether we've done well or not? So the idea here was to simply take data, since we've got this as process, and have a way of knowing whether our performance in this area has been good or bad.
Yeah.
And for that, we needed to have a target. So, I mean, a kind of a timeline or a reference. You can't just sort of come out and say, we didn't get to zero, we failed. So that's all that was about. There is no change in our commitment to Vision Zero and our aspiration to achieve zero. But in the meantime, we do have to have accountable targets so that we know if we're doing well or not. That's what that was about. And is there anything else? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment on what Councilmember Molina said. You asked the question, the way I understood it, you asked the question, is it more important to have more people in the room or the most engaged folks in the room? And I would just add that I think we want a diverse amount of people. I think the quantity of folks is important, and the diversity of their understanding. There was a point when we were talking about the UDO, and there were comments already based upon our request to look at the changes. And we're hearing from people that have been involved in the UDO process all along and that support it. So you're hearing, mirror, mirror on the wall, you are the fairest of them all. We don't need to hear from yes men or folks that we know feel a certain way. We need to have a broader engagement and broader perspectives from our public. These are tax dollars, so we want to hear from a diverse group of people. So I would just comment to what you said, Ms. Molina. I think it's important that because we're a city of almost 1 million people, we need to hear from as many people as possible on all of the issues that we are considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Johnson, I actually, in my statement, I want to make sure that I'm clear. That was in no way intended to isolate or say that everyone didn't need to be at the table. I think, what she was lifting up more or less, because to me, in every conversation, we're saying engagement, and what inevitably we're seeing, and I think we could even make that quantitative, right? What we're continuing to see, inevitably, despite our efforts, is the same people at the table, right? And so I think the idea of that conversation is, how do we encourage more people to come to the table? And that's a moving target. That's always a moving target, no matter what the subject matter is. I would aspirationally say, I'd love collectively to fill a stadium, especially considering that each district is at least 125,000 people, but from an engagement perspective, from everything from the meetings we hold to public engagement to voting, unfortunately, we haven't cracked that model. And so, using qualitative information and quantitative information at our disposal, we can work towards what that goal would look like. But I completely agree in that, the position of broadening who is at the table, and I am probably the biggest proponent of that you're ever going to meet, especially particularly in who I represent, because, I've noticed there's some incongruency with who's at the table and what the actual data states. And so trying to marry those two and create better outcomes as far as voices and the diversity of voices at the table and representation, I think that's something that we can, through quantitative tools that are at our disposal, try to increase that. And specifically, I think everyone that you hear from is not, unfortunately, an expert. They're just people who exhaustively show up, right? So that even doesn't lend itself from saying that the person who shows up all the time is the most adept at the talking point or subject matter in said detailed conversation, that they're the most adept at the conversation either. So who shows up and who's adept at the conversation, I think they're two different lanes. They're kind of swim lanes in the same project, but the outcome and the intention, I believe, in my personal statement, was to make sure that we're trying our best to be intentional and hopefully increase that. And so that's why I lended myself to talk to her offline, because I have a lot of specific thoughts related to my personal work about it, and how I'm even going to work on, in my opinion, and something I'm really working hard at, working on that specifically for the people that I represent. So stay tuned for that as well.
All right. I think we need to vacate the room, so I hope we're all done here. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, stand up and leave.
Yes. Probably the biggest proponent of that you're ever going to meet, especially particularly in who I represent, because, I've
Everyone, my name is Malcolm Graham, Chairman of the City of Charlotte Jobs and Economic Development Committee. I want to welcome you to the Monday, March 4th meeting here at the Government Center. And to ensure that we recognize everyone in the room, let's take this opportunity to introduce ourselves, starting with the back row, with the gentleman in the back, and then we'll go around the room, and then we'll come to the table.
Steve Bagwell with CRBA. Todd Malone with Economic Development.
Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Mohammed Janatian, Hospitality and Tourism Alliance.
Vinay Patel with Shree Hotels and also the current chair of the CRBA board.
Donna Julian, Hornet Sports and Entertainment.
James Jordan, Hornet Sports and Entertainment.
Reggie Cagle, interim CEO, Cats.
Brandon Hunter, Cats. Brett Baldeck, Cats.
Jake Dyer, Whiting Turner Contracting. Eric Spanberg, Business Journal. Austin Balzer, Story Program Management. Matt Hasted, City Finance.
Teresa Smith, CFO, Finance. Anish Loynes, City Attorney's Office.
Adam Jones, City Attorney's Office.
Kathleen Sushek, General Services. Jennifer Smith, General Services. Kathy Willis, Workforce Development, City Manager's Office.
Stephen Coker, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Danielle Frazier, City Manager's Office.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
Marjorie Molina, District 5.
James Mitchell, Vice Chair.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Derek McCarty, committee member.
Natasha Smith, Charlotte Business Inclusion. Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
And for those who are visiting us virtually, would you please introduce yourselves?
David, you're on mute.
This is David Abrams from Inner Circle Sports, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Steve Patterson, Pro Sports Consulting.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank the general public for being with us today. We have a pretty loaded agenda, 3 items: Hornet Sports and Entertainment, Workforce Development Update, and the Performance Measurement Framework. We're going to flip the agenda to allow Workforce Development Update, Danielle Frazier, to go first, and then we're going to pivot to Hornet Sports and Entertainment, and then the Performance Management Framework. So we're going to deviate a little bit from the agenda, I'll turn it over to Tracy Dodson from the City Manager's Office for any opening comments, and then we'll pivot to Ms. Frazier.
I do not have any. I'll go ahead and give the time to Ms. Frazier.
Ms. Frazier, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Graham, and to the council committee. Thank you for putting me first. I probably wouldn't have had much of an audience if I went second. So excited to be here with you all today. I am here to provide you with 2 updates. One will be a current projects update for the projects that are currently happening under the Hire Charlotte initiative, as well as taking a look ahead to what our workforce development strategic planning strategy will look like. Next slide, please. So if you all recall, council approved $9.1 million last year in workforce development funding that was allocated to support the framework under the Hire Charlotte initiatives. And so just a reminder of what this funding is supporting. It's supporting things around career pathway navigation, short-term occupational skills training, on-the-job training, upskilling, reskilling, as well as essential skills training and job placement. Next slide, please. So here is a summary of those ARPA-funded projects that consist of that $9.1 million. This chart outlines the project description, the amount allocated, the project status, as well as the contract start date, and where we are to target with these projects. I am pleased to say that we have made progress since the last update that you all received last September, as well as in your nice glossy that you all received in your annual strategy session. I won't read this entire slide, but what I will share is a few highlights. As you can see, we are on target with 3 of the 6 projects that are in green. This means that these projects are beginning the contract development stage, or they are being prepared as an RCA for council to approve in the coming weeks. These areas that are in yellow represent projects that we are currently gathering more information and doing more research for potential partners and vendors that can provide these respective services.
The contract start date that you'll see for these areas in yellow, they may extend beyond what you see for a start date because we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence in researching partners that can provide these services, but we're confident that we should be able to start these contracts in summer of this year. And we'll continue to keep you updated on these projects as well as the progress and the impact that they are making. Next slide, please. And speaking of impact, these are the impact measures that we will be tracking through these projects. This list may not be comprehensive. As you see some of those areas in yellow, they will transition to green, and so more measures may be added to this list. But for now, we've identified metrics to be people served, the industry recognized credentials obtained, job placement in in-demand occupations, job retention up to a year, as well as wage growth. So again, we wanted to let you know that there are impact measures that are being tracked that are built into these projects to track our commitment and our investments in these focus areas. Next slide, please. So a look to the future of our workforce development strategic planning. As you all know, Council has approved a number of plans, whether it was under CAP or CBI, housing, mobility, et cetera, and we want to follow in that same protocol in establishing a workforce development strategic plan. With this slide, I simply wanted to tell you all I heard you. This was some of the feedback that was gathered at the annual strategy session that you all provided when asked the question, what's important to you in workforce development. And so some of those focus areas were on ensuring that we have the skilled talent, credential attainment, good jobs, diversity of talent, strong, viable workforce, as well as scalability. I want to thank you all again for the feedback that you've provided, because this is going to be really critical as we begin the strategic planning process, and we'll continue to solicit your feedback along the way. Next slide. So what this process looks like, we have engaged a strategic planning consultant organization called SHRMCO. Some of you may be familiar. They are a national consulting firm, but they are Charlotte-based. They focus on strategic planning as well as implementation services. We have partnered with SHRMCO at the City of Charlotte for a number of projects through our Renew training program, as well as with our Corridors of Opportunity projects, with our opportunity hubs. SHRMCO has done worked with a number of organizations in the community, and so we're confident that this will be a good partner with us to help us with our strategic planning from the work that they know with the city as well as with the ecosystem in our community. Excuse me, ultimately with other plans, the idea is that once a plan is completed, we would have identified strategic goals, objectives, measures, and metrics to implement. Below, you'll see the phases of the strategic planning, as well as deliverables along the way to track the progress and keep council abreast of that. A couple of things that we're keeping top of mind among a lot of things in this process are, one, we want to make sure that we're intentionally connecting the workforce development dots to other efforts that are happening across the organization, whether that's mobility, whether that is digital equity, economic development and housing, et cetera, to ensure we're aligning workforce development where we can and where it makes sense. The other thing that we're thinking of, again, among many others, is how we will leverage and accelerate the workforce development ecosystem in our community to achieve what desired outcomes we will come to impact both our talent and our businesses. And so we will continue, again, to engage council throughout this time to get feedback and to keep you abreast of updates. And ultimately, I think initial success is to ensure that we have a strategic plan that you all will be able to approve by late summer or early fall. And with that, I will pause and answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier, for your presentation. And I think they're working to minimize the box so we can see your slides. And we'll pivot to Councilmember Drake for the opening questions. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on slide 4, I think it is, you've got the breakdown of funds, and there's, I think, $3.7 million for apprenticeships, upskilling, and reskilling. As you know, apprenticeships is a kind of favorite topic of mine because I think it's such a great model Can you talk in a little more detail about how those funds are allocated? For example, are we subsidizing apprenticeship programs where employers maybe aren't motivated to create one just for economic reasons? Or who exactly are our partners in that process?
Yes, that's a great question. So a little bit of where we are with that project status. We did put this whole workforce development services, $4.94 million, out on the street for an RFP. We received 10 proposals, so I think we've shortlisted that group to about 5 organizations that we will then provide funding to provide these services. With the apprenticeship piece, that will be through our partners, whoever will be selected for the services, and they will then work with businesses as well as other community partners to identify if an apprenticeship is the right route for the individual that will be going through the program. So it'll really be individual-based based on their career training path. How apprenticeships are typically funded are through what's called an on-the-job training, which is subsidizing of wages, or through the classroom training portion of the apprenticeship.
But are we doing things to encourage employers to initiate apprenticeship programs?
Yeah, so I think apprenticeship awareness is something that across the community we are always trying to increase and make awareness of. Again, that there will be a business engagement portion that is a part of these services. And so from a at-large intentional blast of awareness of apprenticeships, probably not through this particular project, but it will be an option if it is a career path that an individual should go down versus another.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, one other question. Could you describe the sort of target audience? Like, what will the mix be of people participating in these programs? Who's going to see the benefit from it? I mean, early on, we were looking at a kind of a web portal thing, and we were concerned that the outreach to the community wasn't personal and immediate enough. But there are different cohorts, I think, of people who have barriers to progress, who want to move ahead, and who would benefit from this. But people who have been in the system, or people who dropped out of school and find that they have no place to go. So is there anything you can say to characterize who we expect will actually benefit from this?
Sure. So it is a bit of a wide range of individuals that will receive fund or receive supports through these training opportunities. It's the underemployed, it's the unemployed. We want to make sure there's intentionality around supporting the corridors work, so that there's individuals that are in the corridors, but then also those individuals that may be employed, and we're working with employers to help upskill and reskill. So in order for them to advance within the organization or to get a credential, they could potentially partner with one of these providers to provide training while they're actually employed to move them along. So it's the spectrum of job seeker, unemployed, underemployed individuals.
So I guess my only comment would be there are many more people who fit those descriptions than we're going to be able to serve, and therefore I'm interested to know, and this is just an observation, but if we had some sort of targeting, or we got a little more specific about where we are looking for people to benefit from these programs to align with our priorities, because again, I think you could take a large number of people who are one way or another fit the descriptions you just gave us, and who are we really going after? But that's for a future conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, I'm going to add on to what Mr. Triggs said. First of all, thank you. If you've been around me for more than a day, you know that workforce development is very, very important to me. I think everything starts there. So as we continue to look for, the alignment in workforce development with our other deliverables, I feel like there is some inextricable, work in this particular lane when it comes to some of our other things that we're trying to, impact. But I want to specifically highlight, and actually, just adding on to what I believe would be a great place to start. We have a ton of quantitative information to guide us about our highest impacted community members by way of what they're earning based on, our quality of life tool, the tools that, give us the ability to query data, would let us know where we could make the greatest impact, in my opinion. The earnings of the community members that we serve across the city. We have extreme deficits when it comes to districts. I mean, I can think of the district that I serve in particular, and I mean, I don't want to be on a soapbox here, but it's the lowest of the 7, right? As far as the average earning potential of the human being that lives in the 28 precincts and 125,000 people that I was elected to serve, the average income is the lowest in the city of Charlotte, right? And so that's why this conversation is specifically very important to me, because then not only do we need to target, training a human being, but we need to target how do we align the businesses that provide those jobs with the training, right? So I personally don't feel like we need to be training a whole bunch of humans for jobs that we don't have in the city, right? We attract based on 6 different markets on a regular basis. We got a whole collective of businesses and leaders that, work to attract from a regional perspective, 6 particular types of jobs, right? And I'm not saying we need to stick there, but maybe when I think through the Alliance and the work that the Alliance is doing and how they actually, in conjunction with our Economic Development Department, they go out and they seek the type of businesses that are going to come to Charlotte and do business. So how do we align the humans that we represent with those types of jobs so that they can be best served by, hey, if I train you to do this, you can get a job here because this is where we're working to attract, the businesses that provide those jobs. And so what I'd like to see is something specific that says, yes, we're doing this, and yes, we got the money and all of this stuff, but the target industry training to me is probably, in my opinion, and I know I got the body of the council to work with on this, but the target industry to me is, it's in a lane all by itself, right? And we have the metrics, we have the data. I don't think we have to, in my opinion, rehash that data. I think we have clear and concise information where it comes, with reference to the humans that we represent and how we're trying to align them with a way that they can pay their bills, because everybody wants to feed their family and pay their bills, and they don't want to struggle to have to do those basic things. And so I feel like what you're going to do for us is some of the most important work that we have, because again, in my mind, everything starts there. How much I earn determines where I can live, what my kids can do, what kind of car I can drive, what kind of house I can afford, whether I can buy a house or not. I mean, in my opinion, it's kind of one of those founding principles. So I'd like to talk to you offline, because you know how passionate I am about this, but I feel like we have a plethora of data, right? And I love that you said that you're going, what you started with what success looks like. And I think, beginning with the end in mind, when we talk about what success looks like, you're saying you want to start with a strategic plan. And a plan meaning something that we can actually take and add knowledge to based on what those outcomes are, based on what we believe to be something that we can target and be malleable enough to say we want to add to it over time. So I love that you started with what you think success looks like. And I think we can start there, and I have no problem with that, but I am excited to add value to it and use the information and tools that we have at our disposal to best serve the community members that we represent.
Okay, any more questions? I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Frazier for about an hour, I guess about a week and a half ago, and I'm very excited about the direction in which we're going, looking forward to the strategic plan. A lot of topics come before this committee that's a lot more sexy, like Panthers or Hornets, but this is really the blocking and tackling. Maybe I should use another analogy. This is the slam dunk of economic development. I mean, really the basics of what we do, right? That makes our economy go, making sure that people have access to jobs and opportunities. So we appreciate the work. We appreciate your commitment to it, and we look forward to you coming back before the committee. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Danielle, for the presentation. I, too, appreciate the fact that you're starting with a strategic plan and you're going to take time to develop the appropriate plan. But can you give us a couple of dot points around what you're focusing on in the interim? So between now and when the strategic plan is ready to be approved by council and ready to be activated, what are some of the short-term interim focal areas that you're working on now?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that question. So one of the major things that we're working on is, if this is still on your screen, the ARPA projects that you're seeing here. And if I can, I have to say kudos to the team, James Carter, Kathy Willis, and Matt Dufour, who have been helping to get these projects over the finish line. A lot of communication and coordination happen in getting these projects going. We're using these projects as well as a baseline, right, to help us in identifying what works possibly for implementation with our strategic planning. So in the interim, this is a lot of our heavy lift in what we're working on to get these projects over the finish line. I think if I give a little preview to some of what we were wanting our consultant to help us work on, and maybe some of those milestones in the interim are, one of the things that we want to do is to expand our inventory of our training providers across our community. I know that there's been some organizations that have done some kind of just on surface, but we really want to do a whole inventory of what training programs we have across our community based on our industries and demand, so that we understand who's providing what training in our community and at what level, so that we know when there's investment opportunities or where we can help businesses to understand where the talent is coming from, we can help to direct them in that space. So those will be some of the milestones and the deliverables that we will be working on, and working closely with our consultant firm and helping to feed them some of the existing, a lot of the existing data and information that we have to help them develop the plan.
Okay. Mr. Bakari, last question.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. One thing I don't see, but I think is probably the most important thing on this, is the outcome and measure of sustainability. These are one-time funds. I think just knowing the space very well, there won't be a limit of people coming and with the ability to spend the funds. It will be what lives on once these funds are gone. Is this a seed essentially that kickstarts off something that exists sustainably after that, or is it a one-time thing where then we kind of look? I would view, if it's a one-time thing where we look at dozens to hundreds of people that went through it and then it's over, that would be a failure. It needs to be something that lives on beyond that.
Okay. Well, I think you've heard the marching orders, the questions. I think there'll be a couple other meetings with you one-on-one with committee members, but we thank you for the work and look forward to getting you back in front of the committee relatively soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dodson, Hornet Sports and Entertainment, floor is yours for any opening comments. One I will make, and it's one based on conversation with a number of committee members and council members as a whole, which is just to continue to encourage the utilization of the committee process for large-scale projects. This is more an internal process than anything to do with the Hornets, but again, a number of council members continue to express their concerns about the committee process not being utilized to its fullest potential. I've had a conversation with the city manager to that point as well, privately, and I think it's worth noting publicly as well. But that aside, I turn the floor over to you, Ms. Dodson.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Graham. And we're excited to be here today on Spectrum Center, kind of in the committee, to have the real meat of the discussion and building off of what we presented just last week, to really, again, come here and have the meat of the discussion. So what we want to do today is kind of remind you of the proposal that was brought forward last week regarding the practice facility, or as we call it, the PEC, which is the last piece of what council voted on in 2022, which was to a lease extension for the Hornets from 2030 to 2045, which had two pieces to it. It had the arena agreement, which is where the bulk of the work was going, as well as the PEC discussion. So we'll do a quick overview from last week. I want to remind everybody of what the city team is and how the teams are working together, which will give you the opportunity to hear from some other people. And then we'll dive into some questions that we heard last week, and then let the remainder of the time be for the committee discussion. Next slide. So as we presented last week, the shift in the PEC proposal represents a couple of things. One, this is new ownership coming in with a larger vision. It's a larger PEC, but it also now includes a medical facility and includes a vision to develop the full block, really in the idea of creating a world-class facility that helps attract talent for the NBA. This is also more private investment. All of this is also in an effort to deliver the practice facility sooner than we had originally contemplated. Another piece of this proposal is shifting money that was obligated from the city side, from the PEC, over to the arena for new work in the arena, again, trying to do more. But there's also some trade-offs in this that we'll discuss a little bit later. Next slide. So I included this image. This is totally conceptual, but I wanted you all to be able to start to have an idea of how the full block might come into fruition. So what you see here, again, completely conceptual. This is not intended to represent what's going to be built. It's just more of trying to illustrate how it could be built. Is the PEC above medical office, which is the light blue, and the red could be retail or medical office. And the PEC would sit on the back of Caldwell and 5th Street, leaving the front half of the block where you see the yellow to be something that is a complementary use and really activates Trade Street, like something like a hotel. So again, this is just an illustrative that you could see of how it might come to fruition as we talk about this full block development to give you some visuals and ideas. Next slide. Okay, so this image looks a little bit confusing, but I feel like it's really important for everybody to understand how everybody is working together on both sides, the Hornet side as well as the city side. So I'm going to start you in the bottom right with our internal city team. We have general services, legal, finance, CBI, the manager's office. There's a group of us that work together regularly. In fact, there was a group of us on a call at 11 o'clock with some of the Hornets team this morning, working through many of the ideas and issues as we kind of go through the proposal. We also work hand in hand daily with Inner Circle Sports and Pro Sports Consulting. These are the real professionals that do this all over the country and give us guidance along the way. Both of those groups reporting back up to you all. Then on the Hornets side, you have the Hornets ownership and the Hornets leadership team. They work with CIA Icon as their consultant. At CIA Icon, Inner Circle, and Pro Sports, they talk every day. Then at the bottom in the middle, you will see the CRVA, and they kind of overlap into both sides of the Hornets as well as the city side, in the sense that CRVA runs the back of the house in the arena, but the CRVA is also a partner with us in discussions about how we might want to invest our hospitality and tourism dollars. And so again, it's a little bit of a unique org chart here, but I wanted to remind you all how we are all working together to kind of try to come up with the best proposal possible. I also wanted to use this as an opportunity for you all to be able to hear from Inner Circle Sports and Pro Sports. So I'm going to ask Steve and David if they want to jump in here and make any comments kind of about where we are at this point in time. And then we'll have them on throughout the whole conversation so you can ask them questions at the end.
Steve, you can go if you want first.
Sure.
Expand the screen so we can see them.
Sure. Council members and Tracy and the rest of the community, I'm just enjoyed working on this project for the last 3 years. We're finally getting down to the tail end. We've got work that's starting on the arena to upgrade it for all of the community. I think if we can close out this last bit on the gravel lot and the practice PEC, it'll help us grow economic development downtown and ensure that we have the Hornets here through 2045 in a building that everybody in the community can be proud of. We've had trade-offs back and forth over the last 3 years, but I think we're in a place that's fair for all sides and can get us what we want as a community and as the team and as the people that engage in the building.
Yeah, and I would echo what Steve said. Steve's been in basketball his entire career, and knows what it takes to get people to the table to come to agreement on something that's beneficial to everybody. I have worked in the sports facility space for most of my career and have probably worked on 50 public-private partnerships across all the major leagues here in North America. it's never a simple process, right? It's always iterative. It's always time consuming. There's always wrinkles that come in, but we have been working diligently with the Hornets consultants and Hornets management team, as well as with the city's leadership team, on coming together to a project which we think really is beneficial to both sides, not only to build something, but for the long term. And that's the hard part, right? Is to get something that everybody can agree upon and are proud of, but not only in the first year, but in the 5th year, the 10th year, and the 15th year down the road. And that's really where we focus on, is making sure it's a long-term sustainable business agreement. And I think we have the framework for that. Not only do I think, I know we do for that. So appreciate you having us to be able to address you today. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to ask them to chime in on a couple other pieces, and then, like I said, at the end, we can come back to them if you have questions for them or others. Going to the next slide. So here are the couple of the questions that we heard last week, and we could have missed some, but as everybody took notes, we heard questions around the corporate sponsorship and naming rights, the city use of the arena, the MWSBE participation, workforce training, as well as the comparison between the 2022 agreement and 2024 agreement. Spoiler alert, Mr. Driggs, I stole your spreadsheet and kind of incorporated that in here.
I see that.
So if we can go to the next slide, and we'll start to talk about the corporate sponsorship. So I pulled this slide from 2022 because really what I wanted you to see here is we're not saying that corporate sponsorship is off the table and branding and things is off the table, but we need to rethink it. If you go back to 22, is what you see here is how we thought this would evolve with phase 1, phase 2, phase 1B, future phases. And the yellow star represents kind of where we saw the nucleus of this district kind of evolving. If you look now where the red stars are, that's more about these pieces that are coming online that were part of different phases. And so what we really need to do is go back and kind of relook at this about the timing of corporate sponsorship and the opportunity of it. I think one of the things that's promising is we have more projects that are coming online to create this district. But I just wanted you to be able to illustrate when we say it might be delayed or it might come on at a little bit of a different timing, is to start to understand what that is and why that is. The other piece on corporate sponsorship that was a question was that part of the proposal, and you'll see it in the comparisons, was that we were going to share in PEC naming rights revenue when it was at the CTC site or in the 2022 agreement. That was because we were going to own it too. So there's a part ownership there, which made sense to share. If the Hornets are going to own their facility, that is something that they want the ability to hold that revenue for. So again, just a reason for that. I will say, though, as where we're tracking, we still have the desire to do district naming rights and kind of evolve to this district, because it is a community gathering place, no different than what we're seeing, what we've seen with the Milwaukee Bucks, what we've seen in Dallas with Victory Park, or in Phoenix, or even in San Francisco with Thrive City. So, David, Steve, I don't know if you want to just take 2 seconds and talk about kind of that perspective as you see it in other parts of the country.
Yeah, I mean, if you look around the US, Canada, Europe, there's 20 of these type of districts out there, some in different phases, under construction, like in Nashville, or just awarded the IPG 360 to manage Anaheim. Today was in the news. They've been successful in helping develop in Kansas City and Milwaukee and other, certainly in Phoenix. If you come out here and visit, you'll see it downtown, you'll see it out in Glendale. So this is a growing type of industry support for public and private finance of these developments. And given that we've sort of changed up some of the timing of some of the different elements here in this area, we're moving a little faster with the PEC, potentially a little slower with the CTC. This gives us time to reorient how we do that going forward.
Yeah, the business of sports facilities has evolved so much and accelerated by COVID in the last couple of years, to where you're trying to establish a a basis of people to attend and to be there prior to games, after games, enjoy the entertainment of the urban core in a way that is both, it's attractive to the folks that come from out of the community and attractive to the folks that live in the community. And so the live, work, play kind of environment, which is really what we're seeing much, much more of. And we find that sports facilities on their own, just built in, even in the urban core, sometimes don't generally get development to establish around them by virtue of the fact of just having a very popular sports facility or sports team. And so, giving it a little bit of a push forward with creating these districts or creating planned development around them has really been a centerpiece in the way sports has evolved in the last, say, handful of years. And there's been some really great examples of projects that, and Steve mentioned what's going on in Anaheim, which is, the pictures are phenomenal, but great examples of how this has revitalized a lot of urban centers. And so we're seeing much, much more of that. When you've got a facility that's, a decade or more old, and now you're going to revitalize around it, doing what we're planning on doing here and what the Hornets are planning on doing and what the city is master planning is really the direction that should be addressed. And this tends to link parts of the community that would take, probably a decade or more for that to happen. So I think this is the absolute best way to move forward.
Thank you. So again, we just wanted you all to know that we haven't lost sight of that, especially as we talked about uptown activation and things like that in previous committee meetings. If we can go to the next slide. I wanted to hit on Councilmember Mayfield's question last week about the city use of the arena, and I pulled just some snippets of sections out of the executed arena use and operating agreement. So this is part of council action that actually has already been executed, and it states that the city days that the city has 12 days. Another section indicates, though, that we have to give priority to the NBA home games and NBA rules and regulations. So we always have to keep that in the forefront. And then it also goes on to acknowledge that the operator, i.e. the Hornets, will work with the city to bring significant regional, national, international importance events, such as NCAA, ACC, CIAA, or high-profile sports and entertainment events. And I can say in conversations with the Hornets and CRVA and others, there's a united front on that effort as these opportunities arise. Next slide.
Let's put a pin on that. We're going to come back to that one.
Okay. Next slide is the MWSB and workforce training. And we're early in the PEC process, and so I thought, because again, the arena agreements and the PEC are all really connected to one larger agreement, I thought it would be a good opportunity to look at where we are with the arena specifically and that work. And we have an MWSB participation goal that's set, as well as general contractors that are selected that can talk a little bit about workforce training. And so I wanted the opportunity to turn it over to Steve and Danielle and let them reflect a little bit on where we are with that work.
Thank you, Holly. Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. So far, so good. We've had some solid conversation with the Turner D.A. Everett team. We've kind of married them to our bonding program to let them know that this is available. Some of the folks who have either bidded on the project, meaning the MWSBEs, or will bid on future projects, are aware that they could attach this tool to what they're looking to do depending on the size and scope of work. The only difference that's significant that you should probably understand, when this came out, when we set a goal, it was the 16 and 14 M and S. Post-disparity study, we are now setting goals with our WBEs, so we've added them to the mix of the SBE goal and made it a combined goal, and that'll be a lot more impact for our program. Again, Turner has kind of locked arms with us as far as any outreach, engagement, So we feel very comfortable with them. They've participated in our bidding academy, knowing that that will be a helpful tool for those firms who will bid on this project specifically. With the early packages, we're pleased to say that we've, in our tracking and compliance at this point, have met 25.49% MBE goal. Of course, there's so many more packages to be let in the future, and so we're going to continue to work with the contractors moving forward.
Danielle? Yeah, and happy to share a little bit about the workforce development that Turner provides. Had previous experience with Turner in my past life, years and years ago when they were wanting to come into our community and really expand relationships through workforce development with community partners. Their culture is one of development and diversity of their workforce in the construction industry through training, upskilling, reskilling, and career opportunities. As you can see, they have great community partnerships with a few that are mentioned here. She Built This City, Goodwill Industries, as well as the CMS CTE Pathways rock construction program. And so they're extremely intentional about their workforce development efforts and have a robust program in helping to develop and train the talent that they're employing.
Great. Next slide. All right, so this is Councilmember Drake's favorite slide. And this is a little bit of a comparison that I created, he created, and I've kind of combined them. And what you'll see in the top 4 lines is how we're looking at, between 2022 and 2024, the shift in the overall dollars. So originally in 2022, we were looking at $215 million into the arena. Remember, 173 of that was obligated under previous lease agreement contracts. The ask now is to shift $30 million from the PEC to the arena for new work. So that would total $245 million into the arena. Under the 2022 agreement, we had $60 million in the PEC. That was going to be city-owned. Now we're looking at $30 million into the PEC, which would be Hornets-owned. So you can see that the total investment numbers that we're looking at here is still the same. It's just a shifting of the sources and where they go. Under the funding naming rights, we had $60 million from 2022. We're not counting that into the 2024. But again, as we mentioned earlier, we still want to pursue this as an opportunity. We just have to do more refinement on the timing of when we think that we can actually pursue that. So from hospitality then, and this line I want to be really clear on, was 215 from hospitality. Now we're saying 275 from hospitality. So 30 from hospitality that would go into the arena, we have now capacity for. And Teresa Smith is here in case we have questions around our capacity. But we have new capacity. If you remember when we were in front of you in 2022, we were coming out of COVID, and we were still a little bit unsure of the timing of our recovery. So the $30 million that's going to go to the arena under the 24 proposal is new capacity that we have. The remaining 30, we're looking at different sources such as new revenue from the rent under the 2022 agreement, or the arena agreement, I should say, that would start coming in, and we're looking at the different funding sources as it relates to that. We're considering that under hospitality because that rent would have gone back into the hospitality funds. So that's kind of why it's equated that way. Moving down into some of the trade-offs, if you will. Under the 2022 agreement, if we owned the practice facility, we were responsible for providing the parking, specifically 100 spaces for players that had a value of about $3.5 million. 250 spaces for shared events. So we took half of the cost of that because it would be shared with another use. If we were looking at it with CTC, we were looking at it with like an office user that it would share. So that had a value of $4.38 million. Under the 2024 proposal, we're now talking about the Hornets side providing 250 spaces that actually replaces what's on the gravel lot today. And that could be split up between the two proposals of phase one and not two proposals, under the two phases. Phase 1 and Phase 2. And so right now, we're laser focused on the 125 spaces within Phase 1. But again, that has an $8.8 million value for the 250 spaces. Other requirements include things like, if we owned the PEC, we were going to be responsible for maintenance and repairs. That had a value over the course of the lease extension of about $5 million, which we don't have now if we don't own the PEC. The shared naming rights I mentioned earlier has a loss of about $5 million over the course of the 15-year extension that we are giving up as a trade-off. And then the risk of penalty, we took about 50% of that. Under the 2022 agreement, there were triggers. If we were going to own the PEC, we were responsible for delivering the PEC, and there was time commitments to that. And so that had about a value, we took that down the middle of about $4.5 million. Moving to the gravel lot, the Hornets have asked for, instead of 50%, which we were obligated to under the 2022 agreement if we went to the gravel lot, they have asked for 60% for the practice facility. And I forgot to mention in an earlier slide where there was a block over the gravel lot. That was the Orlando Magic facility, which you can start to see the size of facilities and how they fit. So there's a request to go from 50% to 60%. The value of that is about $3.29 million. They have also asked for the remaining 40% of the block, which would have a value of $13.16 million. And it's important to acknowledge that they have a 5-year option to develop that. If not, it reverts back to us. So in total, the obligations under the 2022 agreement totaled about $17.38 million. Under the 2024 agreement are about $12.65 million. There was no future property tax revenue under the 2022 agreement, and it can range under the course of the lease out to 2045 between 12 and 18 million of new revenues there. Again, that's over the 15-year period. So the net additional cost and the savings, if under the 2022 agreement, can be anywhere between 16, 17 million, upwards of 22 million to go with the 2022 agreement. I know Councilmember Driggs is going to have a lot to say. I see him.
I feel him.
You feel it?
I'm with him.
That was a lot to cover right there. We can stop here because the next slides, if you want, actually, let's go to the next slide. I will go on that. The staff recommendation is to pursue the new proposal because it decreases the city investment in the PEC and increases the city money in the city-owned asset. Under the 2022 proposal, we had a risk for penalties and a risk of exposure for inflation cost. That was what I just mentioned. Then the value of the Hornets give exceeds the value of the gravel lot. So again, those trade-offs. It expedites development to the gravel lot and future potential tax revenue for us off of the gravel lot. And there's more development that contribute to the overall district vitality and vision. Last slide. So we're here today for discussion and potentially a recommendation back to the full council, as the manager mentioned last Monday night, for a potential vote as early as March 25th. And with that, I will stop and allow the committee to discuss and ask any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Before we take any questions, let me make a couple observations and comments, and then I'll facilitate the meeting and I'll make some comments towards the end. First, we want to welcome the new ownership to town. They've been here for a number of months now, and we look forward to a productive working relationship with them. We clearly understand what the Charlotte Hornets means to not only the city of Charlotte, but to the region and the economic impact that they have for our community. So we embrace that. We also embrace our contractual obligations to the Hornets by way of the contract. We know we have to do something, right? And so we're not going to run away from that at all, and we embrace that. The question is how and what we do, not if we're going to do anything at all. I'll be quite honest with you. I've been skeptical about the district concept before, and I'm more skeptical about it now. It represented $60 million in the first go-around, and now it's kind of zeroed out, and that's concerning. There are a number of things, while they're different from the transit and transportation was a part of the initial proposal, and now that has gone dark from my perspective in terms of the upgrading of the transit center, the temporary facilities, where that's at. And I think Brenda's here to kind of say, you know, where we're at with that, right? That's kind of gone dark, and we hadn't heard a whole lot about that. Would love to have more conversation around the city days or the availability of days. Obviously, I clearly understand there's only a set amount of days in a year, and that the Hornets are our major tenant on there, but it is a city-owned facility, and we have a number and wide variety of other potential economic development opportunities that will help benefit travel and tourism that we should consider, and hopefully that we have a willing partner. That language is pretty stern in terms of what we can and what we can't do, right? It's pretty set. I think we need a little bit more flexibility there, so hopefully we can have at the appropriate time a conversation about that as well. Yeah, so those are my initial thoughts just by hearing the presentation. And so now I would open it up for discussions about those topics or anything that you heard. Obviously, there was a presentation on last week. We received information in our packages. I gave the preamble earlier about, we literally probably could have made this decision last week if we had started earlier in terms of having these discussions, but here we are today. So floor is open for questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Drake, I'll give it to you.
I just wanted to clarify, were you asking Brent something?
Brent, yeah, let's start there so we can get that out of the way. Where are we all with the transfer station and the temporary facility and the impact of that on the district?
Yeah, so let me, without sort of jumping too far into the impact on the district, the CTC project continues moving forward. We are working with the developer. So thinking about back in the beginning of this project, right? Okay. It's always been a project to replace the CTC and have private development overbuild on the same parcel. All of that remains the same. That has not changed. We continue working with the developer. In fact, you should expect to see a rezoning process coming soon, actually starting within the next few weeks. City Council should also expect to see final agreement for obligating the RAISE grant. So the FTA awarded a RAISE grant. The final step in it is to obligate the grant, and that will be coming over the next 30 to 60 days before City Council. So the project continues to move forward, and we are working with the developer as they start to really narrow down on 30% design. They go into that process, and they start to think about what their overbuild looks like as part of that design process, which will also design and define the CTC on the same site.
Okay. I think that's really important just for public consumption, because we talked a lot about that last year, and it just kind of went away. What about the temporary facility?
So the temporary facility remains the same. We are still looking at what we would anticipate doing is same as the original plan. When construction begins on the existing site, White Point Partners owns half of the block next door, and we would utilize that during construction as a temporary facility. There may be some ability to expand that to a little bit larger area on that same block, because the other half of the block is owned by NCRR. And so we're talking about that, but the basic plan for the temporary facility remains the same. During construction, it would be on the block next door through construction, and then we would move into permanent CTC.
And last question, time frame.
Yeah, so as I said, the rezoning process, the public meetings for rezoning are anticipated in the next couple of weeks. The paper grant agreement or final approval for grant obligation is in the next 60 days. And we would expect design to go from the level it's at today to about 30% over roughly the next 8 or so months. Once that's done, then we'll need to lock in full funding. We'll have more information on funding, and the project would progress from there.
Okay, all right, so we kind of clear that from the table. So there's an update on that portion of the old deal. And then again, there will be some more conversations, I would imagine, about sponsorships. That was a part of the old arrangement. That's not really a part of the new one. Mr. Drake's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo the Chair's expression of appreciation to the team and to the investment the new owners are making in Charlotte, especially the additional investment in the practice facility of $70 to $100 million. Really thrilled to see you. Look forward to improved results from the team. You know, I'm sure you're going to get that done. We need to...
I'm available for signing up.
The council needs to try to assess this transaction in the public interest. So you hear us scrutinizing and questioning things. It is not an expression of, questioning the team. It's a question of our being responsible and needing to be able to account for what it is we approve. In my mind, there are two levels that we have to look at this. One of them is quantitative, and the other one is qualitative. So we need to look at the numbers, and we've seen them, and then we need to think about the other things we've been told in terms of the impact of a nature that is more difficult to put into numbers, but is beneficial to the city. And so on the quantitative side, again, we saw the slide. Maybe we can put it back up there, the number slide. And so I'm just going to say briefly, the way I look at this, if we did just go with the 22 agreement and did not agree to these changes, we would be on the hook for costs. And it's unfortunate, I guess, that when we approved the 275, we didn't fully appreciate that there were going to be obligations that we were going to have to contend with and that are out there right now. And you can see on this list what they are. They relate to parking and so on. I was actually curious, Ms. Dodson, didn't we have an obligation under option B of the 22 agreement to provide the gravel lot?
Yes, we did. And that's why the difference between, I think, your slide and my slide is I took that out because that was in both cases.
I know, but it was worth noting that among the obligations that we had already, in addition to the 275, because if you compared option A and B in the 22 agreement, it said 275 in both cases, but B was also going to include the gravel lot, which was worth another 16. So it's worth recognizing that that commitment did go away, and instead we have the solution for the lot that's in here. But without going through it line by line, just on a numbers basis, what you end up with is an outcome where it's pretty close to a wash in terms of benefits we get or obligations from which we are relieved. And by the way, the risk of the penalty in here is valued at 50%. I would say that's more like an 80 or 90% number based on where we stand right now. And therefore, if anything, that is more valuable than is in here. So my bottom line on the numbers is that we are in at least a wash situation. And in fact, given the income from tax receipts that we can expect under the proposed development, we are probably ahead. On the other hand, it has to be acknowledged, we are actually gifting $30 million for the practice facility to the team, because the team will now own that. A portion of that gift comes back to us in terms of the team's commitment to make certain space available for parking. So all that parking arithmetic is a little confusing, but we were going to have a cost related to parking before, now we're not. And instead, the team will give a portion of the practice facility that they will now own back to us in terms of parking rights. So I would note also that I'm disappointed, as is the chair, about the fact that the naming rights that were a basis for our agreement to do the 2022 deal are really just not available. And that is disappointing. I will comment, though, it's not relevant to the terms of this deal, i.e., the issue of whether we have naming rights proceeds does not turn on whether or not we decide to go ahead with 2024. So I'm kind of putting that aside as just something that I find disappointing, but not especially relevant. I was skeptical, frankly, back then about the naming rights thing, and I didn't like the fact that we were trying to escape recognizing the full commitment of hospitality funds. Nonetheless, we now are on the hook in terms of where we stand, notwithstanding the potential for these naming rights, but we are now on the hook for the full amount from hospitality sources. The good news is that our current assessment of the hospitality outlook is such that we can afford that. In my mind, one critical dimension to all of this is the position of the hospitality industry and the CRVA. Because from their standpoint, this is a business transaction. They are basically agreeing to submit to a tax in order to achieve a benefit for their industry. And my impression, and guys, shake your heads if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing encouragement from that quarter. So I believe that the business people in the hospitality industry, when they look at this, see for themselves a benefit. And they're willing to incur the cost of these taxes on their customer base in order to allow this transaction to proceed. My other feeling is we are about as far as we're going to get right now with this. We've heard about it a couple of times. We've looked at these numbers. So I actually don't see a benefit in delaying any further. What I would say is my recommendation would be to go with this, what the staff proposes, but with the understanding that there is going to be a check-in with council as more information about the deal, particulars come to light. So we can't just sort of take ourselves out of this conversation. I'm going to want to hear what our city attorney says, for example, and get the advice from our own city attorney, our council, on the documents that are being drafted and the specifics of the deal that's being proposed. And we need to have one more opportunity to see exactly what it is. But I think we've come as far as we're going to at this level, and that it is in our interest to give a nod to the staff to pursue the new proposal as suggested. And I would be willing to make a motion to that effect, but I'd like to hear what everybody else says first.
Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. Any additional questions?
I thought Marjorie was.
Marjorie?
Oh, I can go first. Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll be brief, and I'll echo the sentiments of the body in saying, we're, appreciative to the ordinance organization. I do see we have Mr. Jordan in the room. Glad you're here with us today. As we, discuss this, and the fiduciary responsibility that we hold is something that, as you're aware, we have to be transparent in, what we do to the humans that we serve. So we are very appreciative of, you guys being here. And I don't have any specific questions with relevance to the data that's in front of us. I actually only got two things. The first thing is clarification, because the people that we're representing don't understand the acronym PEC. Can you tell people what that means?
Performance Enhancement Center.
Okay. And that is?
Training.
Yeah. So it PEC, I want to make sure that I'm clear in that for anybody who may be watching, we said PEC a few times, Performance Enhancement Center, and that is just the word that we're referring to when we're saying practice facility. So just to be clear about that. Yeah, right. Mr. Jordan was like, yeah, you know what, we could have just called it practice facility. I don't disagree with that. But I wanted to, make sure that I lift up also, we have a wealth of talent here. And in trusting the acumen of my colleague, Mr. Driggs, and his assessment of the numbers, I know that he specifically cited some things that I feel like we'd be better suited. I'm going to ask about offline as far as the naming rights and things of that nature. But Tracy, can you kind of trace for me like what it means? What are we losing or gaining or with naming rights? Like what are we losing there as?
So in this particular instance, when in 2022, we had agreed to share in the naming rights revenue specific to the practice facility.
Okay.
We estimated that over the 15-year period, that shared revenue would be about $5 million.
Okay.
So specific to that we're just losing that potential revenue. Giving now the naming rights of the practice facility to the Hornets.
Okay.
We still have the ability to try to pursue sponsorship naming rights as it relates to a district.
Okay.
And really the creation of a district that we've talked about has happened in other cities.
Okay. But we gain that somewhere else, those $5 million.
You gain that $5 million in some of the things that we're relieved of. So for example, as we talked about the risk of penalty, that was $4.5 million. Councilmember Driggs said he estimated that number to actually be higher. So you can start to see where we lose $5 million, but we gain $5 million in the sense of a risk of penalty.
Okay.
And I think it's worthwhile, just because you're concerned about nomenclatures, that it wasn't a single naming rights contract. This was a multitude of sponsorships along the district where the CTC was going to be built. So it was not one solid one. So for those folks that are listening and that may get in the press, is that, we weren't anticipating some very large outsized naming rights contract for just the practice facility. It was going to be a number of different sponsorship contracts.
That's a good point. It was layered,
Yeah.
the way we had looked at it.
Okay, and just, just sitting there, lifting that point up, and understanding what you're saying, because again, they can't see, I think that's on slide 7, you guys were talking about the corporate sponsorship and naming rights. So that would actually cover all of the phases that we're looking at right here?
Yeah. So the way that we had thought about the district, take the practice facility out of it for a
Okay.
second. The way that we would thought about the district in terms of naming rights is you would have phase 1 opportunities to create this kind of nucleus of a district, if you will.
Okay.
And then as other pieces of development came along, you had the ability to grow that district.
Okay.
And so we really were thinking about it in the way of like Brevard and Trade became this community gathering place. If you look at Victory Park or the Thrive City in San Francisco, Victory Park's in Dallas, or the Deer District in Milwaukee, they really have created these kind of community gathering places in the public realm, and that's where kind of these layers of district naming rights can come from. So I don't want us to get down this rabbit hole, but it's still something that we aspire to as we think about unique ways to activate our uptown and bring people in. You don't necessarily, no offense, you don't necessarily have to have a ticket to the arena, right, to go in to be able to enjoy what's happening in and around there and feel like that's a unique part of our center city.
Okay. No, that's good to know. So that's actually really good to know. Now, one other piece, just for someone who may be listening, our hospitality funds. We have someone here from our finance department. Our hospitality funds are not something that we use for everything that we do. And I'm talking about this from just, again, this is transparency here, right? This is making sure that we inform the public on what we're decisioning and what that is. And I like to frame my work like that. So when we speak about hospitality funds, what are they and what can we use them for?
It's a great note, and Teresa does it best, so I will let her chime in here.
Hi, good afternoon, Teresa Smith. So, as well as a rental car tax. And as we've said, the statutes dictate how we can use those funds. So for this particular occupancy tax, we can use it on things like arenas, coliseums, cultural events. That's kind of the high-level summary. And then the rental car tax has, it's a much smaller portion of the funds that are there, but these funds are restricted, so we can't just use them for general city services. So you're correct on that.
Okay. And I like to clarify that because the discussion that we're having, it's specifically related to hospitality funds. And although, it has a specific lane, we have a fiduciary responsibility to it, but we can only use it for the list of things you mentioned, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so I'm done with that. I just, like I said, for people listening, making sure that our community members are understanding what we're talking about and we're being as transparent as possible. I'll digress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start off by echoing what other council members said. To Donna and James, thank you all for being here. We're excited the direction the Hornets is going, particularly after the All-Star break. We're putting more wins in the column, and so that is great news. So, Tracy, let me thank you and staff. I think this has been, since I've been here, a very complex deal from the sense we had a previous deal in 2022, and now we have a new deal in 2024. And Stephen and Danielle, to have opportunity to have workforce development in MWB participation, I think is important. To the chair point earlier, MWBE participation is important to the city, in particular workforce development. Stephen, you mentioned that we at 20, make sure I get the number right, 25.9 with the early packages on MBE. Okay, great. Now Tracy, walk me through just a little bit. I'm not going to take long because I know we got another item, but let me go to the slide, the new ownership, new approach. I think it's the one that's color-coded red, blue, and teal green, and then yellow. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy, so the red represent all the retail opportunities, correct?
Again, I want to be really careful. This is just conceptual.
Got it. Okay.
But if you think about the way that this could activate, whether it's retail, whether it's hotel lobby and people coming in and out and things like that, you think about that ground floor activation and then the various uses above it. So with the practice facility, you've got the practice facility operations, you've got office for the medical office component to it. So that activation at Fifth and Caldwell, and then think about the phase 2 activation with something like a hotel in that ground floor piece of it, similar to how, the activation happens across the street with the hotel directly across the street.
And Tracy, and all of this is on the 60% of the gravel lot phase 1, correct?
What you see there is the entire gravel lot. What is the practice facility on the back half represents 60%.
Thank you. So this the PCE, gotcha, PEC, I'm sorry, PEC, 60%. Okay. And Dave and Steve, I think what's important for us is we try to understand what's in the market. And what are you all seeing in the market when it relates to a sports entity that's building a facility as well as to economic development? And I think, Dave, you mentioned Anaheim, Phoenix, and Nashville. So what's in the market when you look at this type of model?
I mean, I think Steve mentioned those, but I'll let him off the hook for a second. So, the modern sort of construction project is really all of the components are sort of laid out, not necessarily all at once, but, are all laid out in front of you. So there's the facility, the infrastructure around it, potential practice facilities, and other entertainment assets. Could be multifamily housing, could be office, could be entertainment, restaurants and shops. And so the streets are laid out as that. So really a modern city planning project. When you're dealing with something that is, coming after the fact that you've built an arena, Orlando's a great example, where there's private investment in a practice facility that's, at or close to the existing facility. Heretofore, a lot of sports teams, that play in arenas have their practice facilities either in their building using a really valuable space. Brooklyn's a good example of that. Orlando was that example. Your facility is that example, where you've got this very valuable space in a building that's being used, passingly for practice facilities. And I say passingly, but I mean it's not really for its intended purpose for all the public to be able to use that and to maximize profit potential. And then so you saw a lot of teams sort of moving their practice facilities away from their buildings into this, miles away, which is not really convenient for the players, really not convenient for the team. And by the way, it doesn't really contribute to the fact that by joining them together, you create this, this 1 + 1 = 2, both from a, good for the team's operations, good for the community, and then there's this concept of district sponsorship, which I'll admit, and Councilmember Driggs is right on point, that it was still very much TBD, in 2022, because we didn't know the exact timing of the CTC. But these kinds of projects sort of working together tend to be much more economically stimulating to the community. Not everybody goes to the arena for a basketball game. They go to the arena for lots of other events. There's concerts and family shows. There's community events. That's what you're trying to create here. So that's the process of doing something like this.
I would say, here's, I think, one way to look at this. If we would have said 3 years ago when we started this, that we would get the amount of redevelopment of the arena on the timeline that we're getting it, and we would get the gravel lot redeveloped with a deadline of, they got to get something done, started in 5 years, they're going to build a much larger than anticipated earlier PEC practice facility. They're going to bring a medical facility there. We're going to have several hundred parking spaces. We all would have said, great, let's do this. And so, yes, I get it's been a fairly tortured road at points in time, but I think we've gotten to where we wanted to get to. And David is right, whether you look at Indianapolis or Phoenix or now Charlotte or Milwaukee, people have moved their practice areas out of the building because they need that space to be more competitive against all the other arenas out there to get the kind of major events that we want to get here, whether it's the NCAAs or All-Star games or what have you, larger concerts, all those kinds of things. So it's not all that often that you see the team and their partners willing to commit another $70 to $100 million, into a one block away from the arena to help make all this happen on a foreshortened timeline than we originally thought. When you take that and you couple it with the city's reduction in costs ongoing for the core and shell, the reduction in having to build parking, the overrun risk, that's what we think makes it a great deal.
Okay. Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Steve. The only comment I make, and I support the motion that Councilman Jurek said he'll put on the table, is the construction aspect of this. The fact that now we do not assume that risk of constructing the PEC, I think is very crucial to us. When you think of the construction market right now, there's so many competition for GCs and buildings like this. And so for us to adhere to a construction schedule, I think it would be difficult for the city of Charlotte. But now our new owners is going to assume that responsibility. And so a big relief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's all the questions I have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also, like my colleagues, want to thank the new ownership for being here, and excited to see how you shape the team on a go-forward basis. The arena is in District 1, and I'm your District 1 rep, so you can always come out to me, reach out to me if you need anything. I agree with a lot of points that have been said. I believe this area, having been a season ticket holder for the Hornets for many, many years, and through the rough years, I'll add as well. So, I weathered the storm with you guys. But I think this is a great way to activate and engage this part of the city core that we really haven't seen in a long time, really since the epicenter was sort of very active and vibrant. And so as ticket holders come down and they want to go to the game, but then they want to create an entire evening out of it, and quite often an entire day if they're coming from across state lines and other spaces. And so I think the activation will be key. It will increase hospitality and tourism dollars, which I know our friends in the HTA will be excited about, and create a stickiness for that space. The other piece about the PEC
that I agree with what Mr. Mitchell just said. You know, we won't own it, which means we won't have to manage it, which also means we don't have to program it, right? And that's a different aspect of it as well, that's sort of taken off of our hands, yet we benefit from it being in the proper location and proximate to the stadium. I would like to just encourage you all, as you think about how you're going to program the PEC, to think about a community engagement aspect. So earlier, you had the conversation around the days within the arena that the public could use and having to navigate around the NBA schedules, home game, et cetera. But this will be another asset that has the NBA thumbprint in the branding that could actually be a great extension for community engagement for youth in the city of Charlotte, for AAU teams, and many other spaces. I think this will be a great opportunity to have this type of asset very proximate to the arena that has the NBA brand associated with it. And so I support this project. I think that having this building come online as a tax asset as well is something that, you know, in perpetuity, hopefully, you know, we will see cash benefit from. That's even larger than what Ms. Dotson had highlighted on slide 10. So I'm not a voting member of the committee, but I support this. I think it's a good deal, and I'm excited to see what the new ownership brings to this area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bukhari, any final thoughts from you?
Just quickly, I'd say mimic the sentiments to the ownership team. Appreciate you guys, the commitment you're making coming in off the bat. I think this city is at a turning point and a pivotal moment as a sports town where people are starving for playoff and championship teams, and this is what it takes to start that. So we're appreciative. There's the economic front, and then there's just the entire kind of vibe of our city and the culture of winning that I know people are looking forward to. And that culture of winning is from the front to back office. So I love what I've seen so far in the messaging from you guys. I'm hopeful that that's the start of something where we're going deep into the playoffs, because we have the ownership, top to bottom, the commitment, everything it's going to take to get there. And then just from what we saw today, all the details exactly line up with what I learned over a month ago. So I'm still in the same position that I've articulated multiple times. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bukhari. My parting thoughts are the following, and they're in line with basically many of the comments that you've heard already before. Mr. Driggs and I certainly agree on the numbers. You can call it net neutral, depending on how you do the math, right, and which you give and take, but I think it comes out to be almost a wash. I agree with Councilmember Anderson, as in my notes, that I hope that we could utilize the practice facility for some type of community engagement, and I hope we can put it in writing so we can formalize that. It's a $30 million commitment that we're making, and I think it shouldn't be just in passing, but hopefully, Mr. Attorney, Ms. Dotson, that we can formalize that in such a way that that we can count on that once we're all gone from here, right? And that it's there to going forward. The support, strong support from the hospitality community and CRVA. I hope that over the next 30 days between now and when it comes to the city for a final vote, that there can be a lot more conversations that I can be engaged in reference to the city days. How those days are being utilized now, and the language that's currently on the paper today, Mr. Attorney, that, you know, and again, I get it. Only a certain number of days in the year, concerts and all the other stuff that goes into the arena. ACC games, they made a commitment. Obviously, WTA, CIAA.
CIAA.
And I'm almost certain the the ACC will not be playing in Bojangles for first, second rounds. But I'm just saying, right? And so we have to figure a way to make this work for everybody as we begin to program for 25, 26, 27, 28. And so I think a conversation between now and when we vote and the end of March needs to be had, so there's a meeting of the minds, and that we kind of formalize that in writing as well. I mean, and hopefully it won't be a hard conversation, it's just be how do we kind of put this puzzle together that benefits all of us as we go for a wide variety of potential economic development opportunities at the arena that will provide greater revenue for travel and tourism in uptown Charlotte, right? And so how do we get that done? I'm willing to work with the attorney, Ms. Dodson, over the next 30 days with the Hornets to kind of see what that looks like on two fronts. The devil's in the details. Mr. Drake is right about that. So hopefully the city attorney is dotting I's and crossing T's and protecting the council's interests with all due respect to our consultants. You're our guy. And so hopefully this comes back before us so we can make sure that it passes the strict scrutiny test, right, of what we want to do. And then lastly, but more importantly, I think Councilmember Mitchell mentioned it, it's the whole MWB participation, making sure workforce development, that these high-profile projects have to have a greater level of accountability and visibility in terms of those two aspects. So I think I heard a motion from Mr. Driggs and a second by Mr. Mitchell that we forward a favorable recommendation to the Charlotte City Council for its consideration.
Mr. Chair, could I just state my motion?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to say, I think it's pretty clear that we do not have a majority of council that thinks we shouldn't proceed, and I believe it would be useful to send a message to the team and clarify our position, and therefore I would like to make a motion that we adopt the staff recommendation with the provision that there won't be any material changes to what we've seen that do not result in coming back to us, that the city attorney will review it, and that we will see a term sheet and have another opportunity to check in as the details of the deal take shape.
Second.
As long as you don't consider a material change, language in reference to city days and language in reference to community engagement with the practice facility. Does that be considered a material change?
My thought was that, I mean, if it's 2 days, or something, we could go down in the weeds and define what it means. I think this is one of those things where you know it when you see it.
Okay.
We have the outline, the broad.
That's the outline
I
right
don't
there.
want to authorize 30 million and then get told 45, right? So what I'm saying is you must adhere to what it is that we're looking at now. On that basis, we encourage you to proceed. We want to hear from the attorney, and we want to see the term sheet in more details as they become available. That's my point.
So can I just clarify one
It's
thing?
just going to council. We're not deciding it now.
Well, the committee would then make that determination, like a recommendation to full council that this is our position.
I just suggest we not overcomplicate. I think they've heard loud and clear. We want more details and all that stuff for those who feel they haven't gotten them. I mean, committee stuff is really not all that binding. So I think we keep it simple because one person's materiality is not another's.
That's why I asked that question. Ms. Dodson, then we'll vote.
Well, no, all I was going to say was that one of the things that we have been working towards as the team is to make sure that, again, we tried to be very intentional about the information we gave you before this came out last Monday night, and also that we have a council action that captures everything so that when you do go to vote, you have some certainty on a lot of the specifics that we've mentioned and we've discussed here. And so now we're working with both sides, both teams, to make sure that we can hammer out anything that's left to be hammered out before the council votes. And we'll capture everything in a council action as well as try to give you any updates to the term sheet.
So, Mr. Chair, if it suits you, I would be willing to withdraw the motion, suggest that this committee does support what we've seen, It will come up next month, and maybe we'll vote on it then, based on what's available then. I certainly don't want to vote it out of committee right now, so perhaps that's a better path forward. But I just want the team to get the message that we are definitely in favor of moving ahead with this.
Well, I'll make a motion then. I move that it go out of committee.
Wait,
I haven't done it yet. I was
One, the chairman has the floor. Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, I would just make the motion that we approve what staff has recommended to the full council. And that's the end of the motion, knowing that there's no way they're going to change anything with what we've put them through now and leading up to this without talking to everybody. So,
Is there a second to the motion?
Said that about the 30 million, too.
well,
Is there a second to the motion?
Mr. Chair, if I can ask a clarifying.
That's a substitute motion at
it's
this
just,
point.
Let's keep it simple, ladies
Exactly.
and gentlemen.
Keep it simple.
Ms. Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for clarification, the attorney's office would still need to look at this, has looked at this. Is there something that you would need to add before we can move forward? Is there a contingency from your office before we can move forward?
I think I've heard loud and clear what you're looking for.
Okay.
And we continue to work with the staff to define, I mean, it's just an exciting project, but the devil's in the details. And
Right.
That's the part we have to vote on.
Okay, just making sure I'm
That
clear.
doesn't stop you from what you do.
Okay, just making sure I asked you that.
Okay, the motion stands. I haven't
Mr.
withdrawn
Chair.
it. So.
Ms. Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want us to, first and foremost, I think this has been a substantive conversation, and we have a level of clarity and information that many committee members and other council members have looked for over the last several weeks. And in the spirit of that and the clear understanding that we've had in this discourse today, I would not want us to over-rotate by somehow keeping this topic in committee due to something that doesn't exist,
Yeah.
right? So I would, I can't motion or second any motion, but I would, based on the conversations that we've had and the information that we've been given, I would strongly suggest that the committee vote this out of committee here so it can be elevated to the larger council discussion.
So that's the motion.
All right. So you've heard the motion. I don't think there's a substitute. You went your motion.
Was this, but just with those qualifications for clarity, but that was my motion.
so I'll make a substitute motion, I guess. I don't know.
Let's see if Mr. Drake will withdraw his motion. Will you wanna do
Okay,
that?
I will second the substitute motion.
Okay, let's do that.
Withdraw mine.
All right, cool. All right, so we got a substitute motion by Mr. McCary, seconded by Mr. Drake. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Substitute motion carried. That goes to the full council for consideration, and look forward to working with you over the next 30 days. All right, that was fun. Performance management framework is agenda item number 3.
Move it to April.
Yeah, we can. Do we have time?
It is a 7-minute presentation. I don't know if Julia wants to, and the team want to give it today. I'm trying to see if they're here.
We don't have to take it. All right, so we'll just defer this item number 3 until, this is what, March, April? Okay, gracious. Till April?
Yep.
Can I get a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
All right, all those in favor, get up. All right, so we'll just defer this item number 3 until,
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting. I am your chair, Victoria Watlington, serving at large. We've got some interesting items today on our agenda, some that are pretty exciting actually as we think about how we're going to go forward. So I can't wait to jump into them, but first, we'll start with a round of introductions. I'll begin with my vice chair to my left.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair, as your vice chair. Hey, everybody, LaWanna Mayfield, council member at large.
Thank you so much. I see we've got a committee member online.
Good afternoon, Renee Johnson, District 4 Committee Member. Thank you.
And then we are flanked on both sides by incredible staff. We'll begin with ACM, Renee Askew.
Assistant City Manager, Renee Askew.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager. Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Janine Simmons, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you so much. And then we also have several members or several guests here with us today who, as we go through the presentations, I'm sure will call up and they'll introduce themselves when it's time. So with that, our first item on the agenda is our faith-based development initiative. I will hand it over to my vice chair who is leading this initiative for the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, of which I'm going to be handing this over to our amazing staff to kick it off. And that is going to start with either Mr. Warren Wooten to give us an update, but just want to say thank you to the mayor for this opportunity. And also, I've recently learned, the mayor shared a little booklet with me, NARAB, which is the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, the Realtors, actually started this conversation with Mayor Lyles and several other mayors back in September of last year. So I'm excited to see Charlotte's role in this much larger conversation. Mr. Wooten?
Great. Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Yeah, I think that, again, my name is Warren Wooten, and I am a staff resource to Ms. Mayfield on this project. The mayor is really trying to go broad and deep in Charlotte and is recognizing through the faith-based development initiative just the amazing resource that we have in the faith community. We have hundreds of churches that have reached out to Ms. Mayfield and other council members and want to participate in forwarding the mission of affordable housing for Charlotteans. So this initiative is really a way that the city can recognize the depth of resource that we have in our faith community and can stand beside them as a partner, a convener, and a resource provider to help them do work of establishing new affordable housing units and community services that really lift up the mission that City Council has of increasing affordable housing in the city. So this was established by the mayor in January and is going to be several activities around getting information from this community, developing convenings, and providing resources to the faith community to afford affordable housing. Can go to the next slide. So this isn't a new idea or new concept in the country or even here in Charlotte. Part of this is to recognize the amazing partnership that our faith community has already been to affordable housing. There are a number of projects that are either currently underway, being conceived, or have already been constructed in Charlotte. Up to 700 units of affordable housing have already been either created or funded through the faith community. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So where are we at now and where are we headed? Ms. Mayfield and the team have met several times developing sort of a description and some goals for where we're trying to head. The next is we're convening a small group of thought leaders and professionals who've already been involved in this work here in the city. We want to be very careful and sensitive that there are great faith-based community leaders that are doing this work, and we really want to hear from them how the city can best support them, what types of activities and convenings would be especially useful to them in partnering with us in the work. So that's going to take place in the next 2 weeks, where we're pulling that group together. And then once we get feedback from that group, we will be planning a larger spring engagement where a larger body of faith communities can come together, talk about what their goals are around this, and where we can really hear both our elected officials and our staff and the practitioners that are doing this work here in Charlotte already. We can hear from them about how we can best assist them moving forward projects that they're passionate about. And I think with that, I will turn it back over to you, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wooten, and for Madam Chair and my council colleagues and those that are watching or will be watching this. We want to hear from you, from our religious institutions and our faith-based community. This is not a one denomination conversation. This is really looking at the diversity of our city and the opportunities. Not every faith institution has access to land. Some, when you look at our partnerships that have already happened on the ground, we've had opportunities to rehab some space within some religious institutions. So the conversation is very broad in how we can be effective in supporting the needs of the community. So for those who are leaders within their congregation and within their faith institutions, please reach out to myself at Lawana, lawana.mayfield@charlottenc.gov. All of staff, it is the same, first name dot last name @charlottenc.gov, or you can also reach out to Mr. Warren Wooten, WOOTEN, or Mr. Miles Bond, MILES B as in Victor, AUGHN. We are going to have a committee. That committee is not going to be a large committee. It's not going to be a committee of 50-plus members, but we are very strategic in how we move forward, and I'm really excited with partnerships that have already made themselves available at the very beginning of this conversation, as well as making sure that the community knows that, yes, we do have financial partners that have come to the table, and there is an actual line item within the city to ensure that we're able to do the trainings and the works to make this accessible, because they always say follow the budget. If it is an initiative, there's a commitment, where's the dollar amount to it? We have that, and I am truly thankful for that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions online? Okay, fabulous. We look forward to that one coming back to committee with an update, and thank you for your leadership, Councilmember Mayfield. Next up, we've got Community Safety Framework referral. So this is going to be an exciting update. I'll turn it over to ACM Sean Keith.
Thank you, Chair Watlington. Could I ask all of the presenters to join me up at the table, just so as we're transitioning from one to the next, that we can do that fairly efficiently? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Look how close you want me.
So once again, I'm Sean Heath from the City Manager's Office. Just quickly to catch us up to today. So of course, in January at Council's annual strategy retreat, there was a discussion with Police Chief Jennings around public safety. And in that conversation, there was some energy in the room around the idea of focusing in on juvenile crime as an area of opportunity for Charlotte with our partners in the community to continue to find ways to lean into it. In February, Mayor Lyles released a referral to the committee. And then in March, in the first week of February, we had an opportunity to introduce this referral at a 30,000-foot level. We didn't get very far into it, but wanted to acknowledge that the referral was received and give you a sense for kind of where we're headed. So today's presentation will be a team effort. You can see we've got a number of folks wrapped around the table. I'll start off with a real short discussion around intended scope and objectives. As I had mentioned last month, it's really important for us at the staff level to make sure we're on the same page with the committee and what your expectations are in terms of how we're scoping the work. Then we'll turn it over to Andrew and team from INT to share some data insights. We have Tracy Campbell from Mecklenburg County Office of Violence Prevention here, and we made reference to the great work that she's been leading on a Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Violence Strategic Plan. So she'll provide some perspective on that in particular areas that overlap, and I mean that in a positive way, with this particular referral. Our very own Rakisha Stewart will provide some perspective on the external engagement approach that we're taking for the work. And then I'll wrap things up with some what I would call early themes and observations. We want to be careful not to get ahead of the headlights because there's more work to be done for sure. At the same time, we know you have a sense of urgency and you're anxious to know what are we hearing, what are we learning, what are we thinking. So that's how we're going to structure the conversation. Before we officially move to the next slide, just as a tone setter, I wanted to start with the mission statement for the North Carolina. I think it really sets the tone. So here it is. Reduce and prevent juvenile delinquency by effectively intervening, educating, and treating youth in order to strengthen families and increase public safety. So to me, as you know, we're going to talk a lot about statistics. We're going to be sharing terms like repeat offenders and that sort of thing. But ultimately, what we're talking about are children in our community, and what are things that we can do with our partners to help children, many of which have faced great trauma in their lives, many of which are facing tremendous impediments. And the idea of supporting youth, strengthening families, and increasing public safety, those to me are kind of like the Olympic rings, 3 of the 4 Olympic rings. Those are great guiding principles for this work. So I just wanted to start with that as a tone setter. Okay, jumping into the first slide, or the next slide. On the objective, so the policy referral really just makes broad reference to juvenile crime. This just takes it one small step in the direction of what are we talking about as far as our objective goes. So you can see here, recommend strategies to support meaningful reductions in juvenile crime rates as measured by CMPD over a 5-year period. There isn't any magic to the 5-year period. Maybe it should be 3 to 5. Maybe it should be 3. We know that you don't want us to spend 3 to 5 years doing a planning exercise. We understand there's an expectation that we identify opportunities to move the needle in the near term. But somewhere in there, we also want to acknowledge that moving the needle in juvenile crime requires a community response. It's not something the city of Charlotte can solve by itself. And if there's low-hanging fruit out there to be found, I don't know if we've seen it yet. So these things will take time for sure. In terms of scope, just to hit a few key points here, the target age range, we've thought about this, we've talked about this a lot. Our recommendation to the committee is the focus be on age 17 and below. The reason we believe that's the right place to be is because it aligns very well with the ecosystem. So if you look at the North Carolina Division of Juvenile Justice, the juvenile jurisdiction is really that age 10 to 17 age group. If you think about Raise the Age, the law that was passed in 2017 and enacted in 2019, that of course is focused on 16 and 17-year-olds. If you think about the way that CMPD measures juvenile crime, it's focused on age 17 and below. And then, of course, with CMS, the vast majority of our public school students are age 17 and below. So that's not to say that we don't understand the importance of that age 18 to 24 category as well. But as we're trying to do a scope of work that we feel is manageable within a 30 to 60-day period, recognizing there's a whole ecosystem that is really focused on this juvenile age 17 and below area, we just think that's the right place to be. In terms of crime categories, here it makes reference to property and violent. Maybe a better way to word it would have just been that at this point, we don't think that carving out a particular crime category is necessary. Ultimately, we're interested in preventions and interventions and diversion programs that have the opportunity to prevent both violent and nonviolent crime. Target populations, I think this is where we left off last month, is a recognition that if you think of the continuum, on the front end or kind of upstream, you're thinking about individuals in the community that are not justice involved, but are posing a risk of heading in that direction. What are things that can be done from a prevention perspective? We believe there's great value in focusing on those youth. First-time offenders or maybe first couple-time offenders, that would be maybe an opportunity for the diversion programming, for example. And then at the other end of the continuum, you get into those scenarios with repeat offenders. Chief Jennings has shared some fairly extreme examples of individuals that have had literally dozens of offenses within a relatively short period of time. And what does that graduated accountability look like for individuals that are at that far end of the spectrum? Recommendation types, I would just say everything is still on the table at this point, right? It could be programming, investments, policy, state, local level. Implementation, accountability, just underscoring here that ultimately the recommendations could be a mix of things, some of which the City of Charlotte has direct control over, some of which we'd be looking to community partners to support with us. And then the last thing here, which is a bit of a segue into the next slide, is just a recognition that your existing strategic priorities, affordable housing, corridors of opportunity, workforce development, for example, they are front and center as it relates to social determinants. And this will be kind of my starting point here, and then at the very end of the presentation, my ending point. You know, you can make, I think, a very credible case that because the City of Charlotte has policies and strategies and dedicated funding streams and teams of people focused on your existing priority areas, that in the long term, this is in fact possibly the area where the City of Charlotte can have the greatest impact. So in no way am I suggesting that we're trying to distance ourselves from the other things, but I just want to kind of start off with an acknowledgement that this is really where you are leaning into these things in a big way. If you go all the way back to the Leading on Opportunity study and all the things that are necessary as a community, you're doing a lot of that work, and it's hard work, but you're leaning into it. Okay, so that's it for the intro here. We'll segue into social determinants, and Andrew, I believe that's you. All right, thanks.
Good afternoon. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrew Bowen, Innovation and Data Officer in Innovation and Technology. I'm joined by Jackie Tynan, our Data Analytics Manager. We're going to talk a little bit today about some of the framework that we've used as we've worked through some of these things and some of the specific numbers that we couldn't have had without the help of Deputy Chief Arrington and the Crime Analysis Division from CMPD. So first, really talking about the social determinants of health as one way to frame individual outcomes, specifically including crime, experiencing crime and committing crime. And they're really just the conditions of where people are born, where they're educated, where they live and work, and it shapes their health, how they function, and ultimately, like I said, their outcomes. And some of the examples of them are safe housing, transportation, neighborhoods, quality education and job opportunities, access to nutritious food and physical activity opportunities, specifically clean air and water, and also language and literacy skills. Where social determinants of health can be grouped into these domains, they are not unique. They are interdependent, and individuals work through each of these at their own, or interact with each of these determinants. So we're investing in strong social structures and workforce development. All of these things ultimately can help to reduce violent crime and property crime for individuals and in communities. And like Sean mentioned, your City Council priorities and investments have a direct impact on the social determinants of health and outcomes for the community. Next slide, please. There are also many factors that increase or decrease the likelihood of violence. And so these are factors known as risk factors, and on the other side, there are protective factors that are things that may lessen the chance of experiencing violence. There is a combination of influence on risk and protective factors at the individual, family, and community levels that can affect the likelihood of any given person being involved in violence, either as a victim or as someone committing a violent act. For council members here in 2019, you have seen this graphic before where we shared it as part of the violence prevention work then. The current referral builds on that work, even though that work was not focused at all specifically on youth under 18. So to reiterate, council endorsed violence as a public health issue, analyzed systemic issues and root causes, and evaluated evidence-based practices, and that help ultimately led to the implementation of alternatives to violence, the hospital-based violence intervention program, and other recommendations. And after conversation with the UNC Charlotte Violence Prevention Center, they emphasized the importance of the ecological model, which is seen here, and the multidisciplinary approach that is needed. And of course, we can't have this discussion without the impact of the pandemic. Youth experienced these stressors at every level during COVID-19, and the isolation they experienced exacerbated many of their risks. And this model underscores the complexity of prevention and intervention and the importance of the work that the city does through your strategic priorities to create conditions where youth and families can thrive. Next slide, please. So social determinants of health play out differently in the distribution of crime across the community. And what you're seeing here is how some neighbors may have a higher exposure to violence and crime. And the locations of, to be very clear here, the locations of violent crime and property crimes are not necessarily perpetrated by the folks who live in those neighborhoods. This is just where those are experienced. And this screenshots you're seeing here are from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Quality of Life Explorer, which is our Neighborhood Indicators project that is a partnership between the City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and the Urban Institute at UNC Charlotte. So at a very high level, and I'm going to start getting into the nitty-gritty numbers and percentages very soon, crime has increased from 2021 to 2023, and where auto theft has made up a large portion of this increase, even though violent crime trended down since 2021 and stayed pretty flat compared to 2022. So next slide, please. And specific to this referral, this is a more high-level visual of arrests by age, where total CMPD arrests have trended up in the last couple of years after bottoming out in 2022. You'll notice that juvenile arrests have increased in number and in proportion at a significantly higher rate than other age groups. And just to be very clear here, the Kia and Hyundai thefts went from 8% of total thefts to 67% of vehicle thefts. And if you want this as a number of total property crime, I think it will show its impact that Kia and Hyundai thefts were by themselves 14% of total property crimes. Wow. Yeah. So next slide, please. Getting ready to throw some more numbers at you. I just want to call attention to the orange boxes. The first one on the left, where it's visualizing that the top 10% of arrested youth account for just over 3,000 arrests from 2021 through 2023. And each of those individuals had 4 or more arrests in that time period. And that is 385 of our youth.
I'm sorry, did you say 385 people were responsible for how much?
3,000 arrests.
Say that again.
385 youth are the top 10% of arrestees.
Out of the 3,700.
Correct.
So that'll be your repeat offenders.
Yes, and those are all repeat offenders. Yeah, over this 3-year period. And the smaller box is the 38 are the top 1% that account for 859. Yep. So just at a very high level, going down a couple other data points, the number of property crimes cleared by a juvenile arrest specifically more than doubled from 2021 to 2023. And regarding auto thefts specifically, of the 933 vehicle thefts cleared by arrest, 70% of those were cleared by a juvenile arrest, and 50% of those arrests were repeat offenders. Violent crimes that were cleared by a juvenile arrest are gradually increasing. They're up 24% from 21 to 23, and there has been at least one firearm tied to 321 juvenile arrests in 2023, which is a 45% increase over the same time period. And the last one is 1,700. There have been 1,700 repeat juvenile offenders in 2023, which is up 62%. And next slide, please. The short version of this slide is again, COVID happened to our youth too. Data from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey conducted by Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools every 2 years, and reports from NC Child, a nonprofit that looks at trends in data statewide. It indicates essentially all of this is saying an increase of exposure to violence for our youth, easy and easier access to firearms and mental health challenges. And of course, trauma from childhood exposure to violence, physical violence, is a known precursor to poor outcomes, such as poor physical and mental health, poor school performance, engagement in criminal behavior, and we're waiting for the 2023 stats to be able to trend some of this information from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Next slide, please. And so what we are doing about it is looking at this from a multi-system perspective. And one of the things that was created in 2020 is the Violence Prevention Data Collaborative, which is a group of 16 very passionate members of 14 organizations, and we function. We see ourselves as an extension of the Office of Violence Prevention with Tracy, and I'll let her explain a little bit more about that, of course. But the early output of this group was the Community Violence Data Dashboard, which used public health as a frame for framing up violent crime. And essentially that dashboard, it's available on the city's open data portal, and is a neighborhood level monthly snapshot of violent crime across the city that incorporates the demographics of the victims and the offenders. Also, we have our first multidisciplinary project co-investigated by UNCC faculty and actually Jackie Tynan in collaboration with UNCC, I said faculty already, the Sheriff's Office, and the Department of Social Services. And this is utilizing data that lives within our integrated data store, the Charlotte Regional Data Trust at the UNCC Urban Institute. What this is going to look at is firearm-related violence and youth's interaction with school system disciplinary actions such as suspensions, youth and family services investigations, and arrests or bookings with the Sheriff's Office, all specific to youth. And what this is intended to do is to identify connections and pinpoint early multidisciplinary intervention possibilities. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, the Violence Prevention Data Collaborative, this is really a visual map of the 16 very excited people to get together and talk about data in a different way. And we have representation across the city, across the county, and the community, as well as educational institutions. Now, that is the end of my session. I believe I'm sending this over to Tracy now.
Good afternoon. I'm Tracy Campbell. I'm the Senior Health Manager for the Office of Violence Prevention with Mecklenburg County Public Health. And you can go to the next slide, please. So I was here before, I guess about a month ago, to talk about the way forward, and just want to reiterate that this is the plan that the county, the city, and all of our stakeholders have agreed upon to move forward as we work to reduce homicides and gun-related assaults by 10% each over the course of 5 years. So the way forward is coined that because we believe the way forward is together, that we cannot, as one entity, one body, do this work without collaboration. It is going to take collective impact for us to see reductions in homicides and gun-related assaults and youth violence overall. So next slide, please. So one of the things that we focus on is a public health approach to addressing violence, which includes different levels of prevention. So as you go through the plan and you talk about the work that the city and the county and other stakeholders are involved in, you'll see that there is levels of prevention that takes place. So we're looking at primary prevention. We're talking about very much upstream initiatives, things that are going to involve youth and families before they actually need the services. So we really want to start thinking about how do we prevent people and young people from having the need to be involved in systems that impact them as they become members of the criminal justice system, which we don't want to see. We look at secondary prevention. This is looking at some of the things like our Alternatives to Violence program, which is our community violence intervention program that works with street interventions. Again, that is taking place on the Beatties Ford corridor, West Boulevard corridor, and expanded as well to the Nations Ford corridor. And so those are some things along with our hospital-based intervention programs, which now we have one at Atrium as well as one at Novine that are operating. And then tertiary prevention. These are ways that we are looking at how do we engage with young people and families once they've been involved in the criminal justice system. How do we make sure that we wrap services around them so that they don't recidivate and have the same services being needed over and over again. So again, within the plan, you'll see all three of these levels of prevention addressed. Next slide, please. So within the plan is including 5 areas of focus, and you'll see here the first area being community engagement and partnerships. We want to make sure that we have public and private stakeholders at the table as equal partners, that we're making decisions together, that we're planning and implementing policies, programs, and practices that are going to impact our community as a whole. The second area of focus is support for youth and families, and that's where this conversation lies in. And so we had heard overwhelmingly from community members that in Mecklenburg County, we did a really good job of working with children or youth and a really good job of working with adults, but we did a poor job of working with the entire family. So we really want to focus on how do we provide supports for youth and families. We know that if you work with one child and you send them home and you do nothing in the household, then all your work is null and void. So we're focusing a lot on how we wrap around the entire family here. Economic opportunity kind of goes without saying. If people cannot support themselves and their families, they will do whatever is necessary to make sure that that happens. We want to really focus on how we develop upward economic mobility for people and their families so that they can afford to live and work in Mecklenburg County. Intergovernmental collaboration, again, this is a prime example. This meeting is a prime example of intergovernmental collaboration. We want to make sure that our elected bodies in particular are working together and working toward the same goal. So the fact that we agree upon this being the plan and this being the strategies that we're all working toward is a step in the right direction as we look at intergovernmental collaboration. And the last area of focus is safer and healthier neighborhoods. Again, we want to make sure that people in Mecklenburg County can live, learn, work, play, and worship in a place that feels very safe and comfortable for them and their families, despite what zip code they live in. That should not matter when we talk about safer and healthier neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So here is where we really want to focus. There are 3 strategies here listed in support for youth and families, and I'm going to talk about them broadly, but I want to give you some examples of how we're already working in to address some of these strategies. And so we're looking at universal screening and referral processes. We really want to think about, in the life of a family, in the life of a child, they're engaging with a lot of different systems. And so if all of the systems were working together and they would offer the same type of referral processes to a family or to a child, they're more likely to engage in those processes if it is repeated over and over again. So if the school system is offering you something, if law enforcement is offering something, if social services or the local law enforcement is offering you something, you're more likely to say, well, maybe I need this service. And so we really want to work on expanding that. Additionally, it goes without saying that we definitely know that we have a problem across the country, not just in Mecklenburg County or the city of Charlotte, with behavioral health and mental health services and access to those services. But we want to be specific about individuals that are exposed to violence in those communities, that they have access to those services and that are readily available to them. And the last strategy here is expanding community-based youth mentorship and parenting education initiatives. We know we want to do that. And some examples of how we've been able to do that, we have some strategic partnerships that we've developed through the Office of Violence Prevention, working with the McCory YMCA, with Shining Hope Farms, and with Our Daily Bread. Those partnerships will allow young people to have access to memberships with McCory YMCA, not only for the youth, but for their siblings and for their parents. So again, we're wrapping around families in that respect. With the Shining Hope Farms, it's an opportunity for mental health, behavioral health services for those youth that are at risk or high risk, particularly some of those that are already working with our Alternatives to Violence program. And then we have Our Daily Bread, which is an opportunity for, again, more mental health, behavioral health services, workforce development in learning how to bake bread. And do that in partnership and learning skills with trauma-informed skills. So I'll say also, we have also started the 100 Youth Advisory Council. And so I think I've talked about that before, but just really briefly, this is an opportunity for us to engage youth, get youth voice into the table, back to the table, and make recommendations that we can bring back to committees like this to say this is what our young people are asking for, and think about how we address or make changes to policies and practices and programs that serve youth and families. So we have started that with our 18 to 24-year-old branch with the Relatives On-Ramp, and we'll be working with community-based organizations to implement that program with middle school and high school students this month or first of next month. And the last thing I'll mention is Peacekeepers Academy. Peacekeepers Academy is an opportunity for us to support community-based organizations that are boots on the ground that have been doing this work for years, some of which just need a little bit more support. They haven't received as much support that they need to scale up services. And so we have provided them with 8 sessions of training technical assistance with experts that come in and provide them with skills that they can use, particularly as they work to address community violence. Many of those are working with adults and in families and youth. And they have an opportunity to receive up to $15,000 worth of funds to scale up the work that they're doing. So we just recently graduated a cohort of 10, and we'll be having 2 additional cohorts in the coming months. I think that is all for me.
Next slide. Good afternoon, Rakisha Stewart, Engagement Manager with Housing and Neighborhood Services. So Tracy did a great transition because she talked about the youth and their voice. And I believe when we talked last month, we talked about the importance of engaging with our youth so that we can kind of help to identify some of the challenges, some of the needs, and some of the barriers. So what you'll see on the slide in front of you is what our approach is going to be, looking at our stakeholders, our high-level stakeholders, for example, the police department and the sheriff department, looking at our youth engagement, targeting, as Sean mentioned in the recommendation, 17 and below as far as age. Definitely looking at our youth-serving agencies and looking at input from parents and caregivers. So when you think about what our approach is, we are wanting to do a holistic engagement approach. As Tracy mentioned, we have to look at serving the family. We want to make sure that we are providing them with the services, the recommendations that they want and that they need, and not that we're assuming will work for them. When we think about the parents and the caregivers, I think about unidentified needs. As Tracy and I are out within the corridors with the ATV program that we co-manage, we find that a lot of youth are being raised by, I call it a skip generation, so by grandparents and things of that nature. So we need to determine and think about what are their needs for the parents and the caregivers, because that could potentially be what some of the challenge is. Next slide. So just giving a quick overview of who some of our partners are. We're talking about various departments within the city of Charlotte as well as within the county of Mecklenburg, the district court and DA's office, our juvenile justice. We work really well and closely with CMS on both sides of the house, city and county, our community-based organizations, and again, our youth-serving organizations. Next slide. So I just want to share a little bit next about what the engagement plan is. So one thing we want to do, so we're getting ready to do everything that we can. So I'm going to go through a variety of options, because sometimes you learn you have to meet people where they are and you have to determine what's the best way for them. So we're looking at a short anonymous survey that's going to be designed with and piloted by youth, focus on protective factors, and broad-based outreach through partners in social media. We want to hear their voices. We want them to not be afraid to share what they need, what they want, what some of the challenges are. We're focused on doing some youth-led focus groups by corridor. We'll be working with organizations such as Urban League, MECED, Do Greater Charlotte, and Generation Nation. We think it's very important to make sure that the youth are comfortable. So sometimes you have to have someone in front of you that either looks like you or that you can relate to. So that's going to be important that we leverage those youth-led focus groups. We, again, have a great relationship with CMS, so we'll be going to some schools, leveraging some of the clubs that they have in place to do school-based outreach, and then focus on outreach strategies for system-involved and undocumented and opportunity youth. And again, that's where we'll be able to leverage our partners such as CMPD and the Sheriff's Office. Back to Sean.
Thank you, Rakisha. Okay, we're rounding third base here. Just 2 more slides. We can, okay. So this is one of those scenarios where we just want to share some early observations. As I mentioned before, a lot of work to be done. We're driving the car and trying to do a diagnostic all at the same time. So going down this list quickly on the need for additional state funding, if you think about Raise the Age, so North Carolina was the last state to pass its version of Raise the Age, increasing the cap to include 16 and 17-year-olds in juvenile jurisdiction. Went into place in late 2019. Not a single person that I've spoken to has suggested that was a bad policy choice, just the opposite, right? There are tremendous benefits to the youth and to the community associated with that. But still many questions around, have we adequately funded the system, so to speak? And I'm not a data whiz, But I did find one interesting data point, which is so in the juvenile sector, they refer to complaints as basically an allegation of delinquency. If you look on a statewide basis, in calendar year 2018, the last full calendar year before Raise the Age went into effect, and you compare it to calendar year 2022, which is the last year where I could find data for the full year, there was a 50% increase in complaints or allegations. And as you can imagine, that puts tremendous strain on the system, both across the Division of Juvenile Justice, district attorney offices, the courts, et cetera. So here the real emphasis is on where are those opportunities for the state to continue building on what has already been done, because in all fairness, the state has, of course, invested tens of millions of dollars in operating and capital costs over the last 4 years in response to Raise the Age. But this has certainly been a theme that we've heard from a number of folks that we've spoken with. So as far as the next step here, we are working with the North Carolina Department of Public Safety and the Division of Juvenile Justice to get a better sense for what their upcoming budgetary ask looks like. So we can have a conversation at the next committee meeting around where if anywhere, might the committee want, or might you want to recommend the council that you engage as it relates to that particular point. On the Juvenile Detention Center, so of course the ultimate objective is to reduce the number of youth that are entering the juvenile justice system. And of course, for the youth that are in the juvenile justice system, the ultimate objective is to reduce the number of those that ever end up in a juvenile detention center or a youth development center. But in those instances where it's necessary, as we've had conversations around the community, we sense there's a tremendous amount of support and a real consensus that having a juvenile detention center here in Mecklenburg County would be beneficial for the community. Chief Jennings has been very vocal about this in recent months. Once again, this is not a detention-first strategy by any means, but if you think about the value proposition for having a detention center locally, the proximity to family and resources and the local public school system, the transportation and logistics challenges, there's no community that will invest in and care for these children more than this community. Right now, the closest detention center is in Cabarrus County. They have a capacity of somewhere between 60 to 65 beds. Given the size of Mecklenburg County, you can imagine that as we've had since our detention center closed in late 2022, any children in detention going to other centers, that creates a great strain on the system. So once again, bottom line here is a view that it would be beneficial to have a detention center back here in the county. The one that closed was due to staffing and funding related challenges, but the chief has been clear about this. The North Carolina Department of Public Safety, Division of Juvenile Justice have all been clear they believe there's a benefit to having Jail North reopened. The sheriff's office has expressed a willingness to be part of a community conversation around what could a path forward look like in order to bring that to fruition. So a lot more work would have to be done there, but that appears to be certainly an area of focus. As it relates to programming, I think that myself included, whenever you're faced with a scenario like this, there can often be kind of a knee-jerk reaction to wonder, I wonder what kind of new program we could create. That may not be the answer here. We'll be testing and evaluating things over the next 30 days or so, but there are a lot of programs in place today across the community. There are a lot of partners that are doing great work. So I think the most logical starting point will be, are there opportunities to help scale things that are in place and or to help maybe further refine some existing programming? And that wouldn't just be things that the city of Charlotte would do with its own resources, but as I was looking through the list of organizations, For the Struggle is doing interesting work, Life Connections, My Brother's Keeper, of course CMPD has an evidence-based youth diversion programming that has delivered some real results over the last few years. So as we're taking a closer look at this, I wouldn't suggest this is an exhaustive list, but a few things on our mind. This reference to at-risk youth within at-risk geographies, that's really just trying to get at the idea of how could you micro-target some of this prevention programming where you can get the best return on investment. I think, Andrew's highlighted some interesting things that, the data can tell us through collaborations with other community partners. We're a big community. All else equal, we'd like to target that prevention programming in the areas where we think it can make the most difference. Youth mental health has truly been a common thread and a recurring theme in a lot of conversations we've had with folks. there was a sample done of juveniles in detention centers in the state of North Carolina in calendar year 2022. 99% of the individuals in the sample had at least one mental health diagnosis. There's definitely a need for more resources in this area. It could be school-based, it could be intensive home treatment, and it could even be residential treatment facilities. And then family-focused programming, I think that Tracy, made a number of points here. The whole idea, a healthy, nurturing household with involved parents is really, really so important here, beyond just the programming devoted to the individual child. Chronic youth offenders, this is another area where Chief Jennings, I believe, has been very vocal. Once again, if you're at the far end of the continuum and you think about some of the data that Andrew shared, you look at that, the top 10%, was it, 385 juveniles were responsible for such a disproportionate share of the criminal activity. What are things can be done in those scenarios where it's, it's the most chronic, most egregious scenarios, to have a greater degree of consistency and predictability related to things like secure custody orders and then also disposition orders. And then last, I would just finish once again with the reference to the City of Charlotte is not sitting on its hands. There are many things that you've been doing for a number of years now to lean into social determinants. So those early observations and themes, and then on the very last slide, I'll just cut to the punchline here. We would expect to be back to committee in April to provide additional information, and then back in May with something that kind of refines some of the things on the previous slide into some actual recommendations, which I think is consistent with the kind of timeline that was laid out when we last discussed this a month ago. So with all of that, we'll stop, and if I could invite Deputy Chief Arrington to join us up here. Thank you for representing CMPD. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I've got a quick one, and then I'll open it up to the floor. And it's actually for Deputy Chief. I'm curious, given this, well, I have two questions. The first one maybe is for Andrew. In regards to the juvenile crime being at, 20% of the, or juvenile arrests being at 20% of all arrests, is this disproportionate to their population?
I'll have to get the percentage of the population to be able to answer that question appropriately.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to that. And then, Deputy Chief, I'm just curious, for these 385 folks, right? You ask any community officer, they can pretty much tell you who their frequent flyers are.
Absolutely.
What's going on there as far as how are we trying to address that? What is the DA saying in regards to these 385 folks?
It's more about Department of Juvenile Justice, and to Andrew's point, talking about secure custody orders and there being some type of consistency with those. And some of that probably falls back on beds being available so we can take them somewhere when they're out there committing these crimes. Right now, there's no consistency. So a lot of our youth just think it's a game. We release them back to the parents, and then they're right back out that same week committing the same crimes, if not kind of escalating those crimes because they feel like nothing's going to happen to them.
And I don't want to get ahead of the work that we're going to do in terms of investigating the causes and things like that.
Right.
But what you said here is, I mean, it's pretty concerning when you think about it, because in my mind, I'm thinking, well, what do we need to do from a recidivism standpoint? What do we need to do to rehabilitate folks, diversion programs, and all those kinds of things? But it sounds like right now, either the punishment, if you will, is not so severe that somebody would look to be diverted. And that just makes me wonder about their interest in doing better, which is a different conversation.
Yeah, no, I think to your point, we have both ends of the stick, right? Those that are out here committing a disproportionate amount of crime versus those that we really feel like we can touch and we can impact, bring those wraparound services. I know Councilmember Mayfield and I did a lot of work with the youth along West Boulevard corridor, and you could see that change when they saw hope and, had some type of direction and people feeding into them, kind of to your point, with some of those wraparound services, especially with their male mentors and getting them involved, because, disproportionately, we're talking about male youth being involved in this. So we, as a police department, know we can't arrest our way out of a problem, so that's not what we're bringing to the table, but we do have to hit both ends and recognize 20% are committing 80% of the crime. Doesn't matter whether you're adult or juveniles. If we can target that top 10, 20%, we will see a reduction. at the same time providing those wraparound services for the rest of our youth.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Johnson, you said has questions, so. Okay. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm turning on my video now, I'm sorry. This is a great presentation. It's exciting. I appreciate the intergovernmental approach. And I just have a couple questions. So thank you all for the presentation and the work that you're doing. Someone, I think it was Sean, mentioned that 99% of the individuals have some history of at least one mental health condition. You all know I'm an advocate for brain injury, and there's a huge correlation between brain injury and criminal justice involvement. Some statistics would say 95% of individuals who were studied had history of a head injury. So my question is, if we know this, then shouldn't the emphasis be on addressing that root cause? Yes, we need all of these, and so I'm not saying we don't need to emphasize these areas also, but pushing to open the jail north is one approach, but pushing to open a mental health hospital or more emphasis on treating the root cause and breaking these cycles, because you're not going to arrest your way into changing or addressing mental health. It's not, they're not always doing it intentionally if they're not getting the help that they need. So,
Y'all were hitting on that.
so are we looking at also the same approach or the same emphasis or intentionality regarding the mental health treatment? Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for this really good information. I have a couple of, Councilmember Johnson, you weren't done?
It was a question.
Oh, my apologies.
Thank you.
That was a question.
Hi, Councilmember Johnson. It's Sean. I mean, you raise a fair point, and we're not at a point today where we're recommending that we only look at prevention or only look at access to mental health resources or, only look at potentially reopening the juvenile detention center. So in a way, it's a non-answer, but I'm acknowledging your point that ultimately there are some fundamental areas of focus related to root cause that could make a tremendous difference in the long run. While I say that, I would also at the same time reinforce that having Jail North reopened could provide great benefit to this community. So it's both and, right? So we're not suggesting today we're presenting you with alternatives. And ultimately, we'll have to, as we get closer to the recommendations, make some hard choices, even in the recommendations we put in front of you, or at least provide you a sense with, well, if you want to go down this path, this is what it might take. Because some of these things are outside of our control. We don't necessarily have a funding stream that's, we don't have a phase 3 of ARPA that's around the corner and available to support a lot of new work necessarily. So we'll have to have those tough conversations in upcoming committee meetings.
And I appreciate that, and that's why the intergovernmental approach is good, because some of those programming could land on the county side. So I'm saying that as a whole, but you've acknowledged 99% have a mental health issue. We know that this is a problem or a root cause. So I think that we should, it's easier to help the children than it is to repair broken men or something. I don't have the phrase exactly or the quote exactly. However, if we know that's a problem, I think that it would be very effective if we could address the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Johnson, because one of your questions was in line with one of my questions, and on the same line of what we're talking about regarding the potential reopening. We also know that council, I believe we approved it mid last year, the redevelopment through StarMed, which will have the first juvenile facility for individuals that may have some additional issues, because the closest facility for mental health related for young people, I believe was out of state. So that will be our first one here that I would like for us to consider on the front end, building that relationship. Mr. Heath, I wanted to find out if, and for all of you, if the conversation that was presented a while ago regarding the social norm that the CDC had identified with their programming, the title being responding to emergencies, one behavior at a time. So I believe there were conversations that maybe Mr. Dawkins and Action NC had presented. And I just did a quick Google search for the CDC, the social norm, but that was a conversation that was at some point shared over the last year or so. So I just wanted to know if there's been any conversation regarding that recommendation that actually came from community.
I can start, and then as it relates to CDC, there might be something you could mention as it relates to the overall plan. So I did speak with Mr. Dawkins a few weeks ago, and he talked about this idea of the importance of kind of like breaking those social norms. And he actually pointed us in the direction of a program in Louisville, in fact, which is on my list of things for us to evaluate. So I'm not really in a position today to like speak about that in any detail, but we are in conversation with him.
Did you want to?
I'll just add, I'm not familiar with the recommendation that came forth from Mr. Dawkins, but I will say that thinking about a multi-leveled approach that addresses all of the things that are impacting our youth is really important for us to make sure. And I think that that's why this conversation is important, because we're looking at things from a multi-tier perspective and not thinking about just addressing one particular issue.
And for me, with thinking about how to reduce staff having to reinvent a wheel with the multiple approaches, the CDC has some research, has some backing behind a couple of opportunities they've been able to identify. So I at least wanted to make sure that we had it in this space and in this room. Also, when we look at the slide 7, going back to the insights from the data and looking at that 3,773 unique individuals, has anyone done any research to see if these are current residents or they're new residents? Meaning, we have seen a lot of growth in the city just the last decade. I would say Charlotte was put on the map in 2012 once we hosted the DNC. We've seen an influx since that time. Some of us grew up with the old adage that when young people would get in trouble, we sending you to your grandma's down south. So I was just wondering, are we tracking?
Everybody's back.
Right. Most people know that adage. So I'm just wondering, are we tracking if these are recent residents to the community where we're seeing this high increase, or if these are current or long-term residents, are these natives? Because we know the piece regarding housing, jobs, other things, areas that we've identified as corridors of opportunity. We've done investments, but we've also seen a lot of displacement in those areas. I was also doing a quick search. Today, 2024, for you to find a 1,700 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, which very well could be a household for a family of 5. I saw one home that was $250,000, and that house has been completely gutted. So you got to come in to be able to add everything that's needed. Most of them are over 3-4. So I was just wondering if we are tracking that.
I'm not sure that we're tracking it. I can find out for you, but I know like historically, we talk about breaking the cycles, the cycle of incarceration, and I've seen names of family members that I dealt with back when I was an officer 25 years ago.
Wow.
So, and those are a lot of our repeat offenders. So I can't give you pure numbers, but I can say that some of them are natives because I remember the names when I was working as an officer.
So that goes back to a longer conversation where maybe we can partner with UNC to help with doing the actual research. Even back then, so when we had community policing, we saw a difference where we saw a break in over a period of years where we didn't see as much crime. But we've had some programs that have been a part of this community for 50 years. if any of these individuals actually were connected to these programs at some point, where did that disconnect happen to where you and our leadership that have grown up through the ranks are seeing individuals, because we've been trying to break the cycle for 20 plus years. That's not something I'm asking staff to take on, but that might be an opportunity, whether it's through UNC, Johnson C. Smith, our partners in the community, our educational partners that love the numbers, that they might can look into so that we can do a better job when we're looking at these long-standing programs that we have funded, and we're looking at your success rate, and we're looking at the numbers you're presenting. Are those numbers that you're presenting to us aligning with the interactions that CMPD is seeing? If that makes sense.
No, I think
those,
that makes
because
good sense,
you
especially
love
talk about financial partnerships, yeah.
and what the outcome of that is, because I know Dr. Watlington loves the numbers. So when we see how it tracks, that might be another opportunity for us to look at how are we actually implementing what is needed on the ground. And for the 100 Youth Advisory Council, can you just tell me quickly, how does that differ from Generation Nation?
So we are looking specifically at youth that might be disconnected. We might
Okay.
be looking at youth that are higher risk, those that are particularly coming from communities that are experiencing a lot of violence, where they have witnessed violence, they have had those traumatic instances. And so we are not looking for what I would say is a student that is on track, that maybe has a lot of supports in their household, that knows where they're going, they have a plan for after high school. Those are not necessarily the youth that we're looking to participate in 100 Youth Advisory Council, because we really want to hear from youth that are living in areas where they're experiencing violence.
I would love to make a suggestion for consideration.
Okay.
That at some point we connect them to Generation Nation so that they have peers that they see are doing something different. Because sometimes for a lot of us, it's what we see. And when we see it, so they see these young people versus it being, well, those people in Generation Nation, by having that relationship being built. So one of the things I did previously when I was on council is I would have a town hall quarterly. One of my town halls was always dedicated to the youth, because we say you're the future, but we weren't having you at the table to tell us what you want. I think there may be an opportunity to have some of those youth from Generation Nation building some type of project, community event, something to build relationship with the 100 Youth Advisory, because we very well could be transitioning some of them into the Mayor's Youth Employment Program or Generation Nation, because they just don't necessarily realize the opportunities that are there.
I agree. And I just want to make a point to say that these are the same youth, and they don't have all the same opportunities.
Yes.
And so we want to make sure that on top of getting recommendations from them, that we are providing them with opportunities so that they can excel and they can see things outside of what they have done. But these are youth that certainly have voice to lend to this conversation, and we don't always ask those youth. And so that's why we're being intentional, but certainly linking them back to other programs.
And on our end, hold us accountable through Generation Nation to make sure that if there is support that is needed to help our additional youth, that the expectation is for them to do that. Because we cannot keep this conversation that we've had for decades of two Charlottes. It's those two Charlottes start with how you walk into one school, the resources that they may have versus others, and when you go into certain neighborhoods, the resources that may be there, and not knowing that you might have more resources than what you realize. I believe, Madam Chair, those were the main points that I had. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely, thank you, I appreciate that. I will interject this one item as well, and I know that it's going to come up eventually because I saw it here as we were looking at the multi-level risk factors, the tie to economic mobility and how we think about how we connect youth in our schools to job opportunities and our employers. I know that's one that's been floating around for a while, and I know it's baked in here, but I just want to make sure that we lift that piece up as well. We are going to shift to the next topic after we hear from Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you for the presentation and the information. This is actually quite insightful, what we've reviewed today. Just a couple questions about the data. First question is, this data that you have up now on slide 7, do we have any mapping data that we can look at that states where these arrests are occurring, or, or, where these individuals reside? Because I'm trying to understand, to the point around economic mobility, I'm trying to understand if these arrests are happening in specific areas, like in our corridors of opportunity or within a specific district, but any underlying information that we can glean from the location of these arrests. So that's my first question.
Oh, you want to go ahead?
Go ahead.
I was just going to defer to you.
Okay. Well played, well played.
Yeah.
I do think that's something that we can get. Historically, most of our crime is being committed in our hotspots, which are our corridors of opportunity. So I'd go out on a limb saying that probably a lot of these are occurring in there, but that's something that we can vet and work with our analysts to get some mapping for that. So I think that visual would be great for everybody to see.
Yep, I think that would be insightful because it also can inform how we allocate existing resources, or as we go into the budget season, what some of the things we might want to highlight there as well. The other question that I have is around the mental health correlation that Ms. Johnson was double clicking on earlier. I know we have a very similar correlation with our unhoused population. And as we're looking at solutions around addressing the unhoused residents of Charlotte, that there are other cities that have the same issue, that are doing some unique things. I know that in Portland, for example, they're doing directive mental health assistance in the field rather than trying to drive individuals to locations, facilities, treatment centers, et cetera. But it might be, again, after we get that data, it may be interesting. And Sean, I don't know if you in your work in the space, if you know of any existing cities that have been dealing with the mental health challenge with youth and some potentially unique ways that they're trying to deal with it. Because while I understand having a youth detention center, bringing it back online might have some pros, I also feel like there's some challenges with that as well. But to the whole point of meeting the youth where they're at and actually providing services where they're at in community. I'm interested, Sean, have you heard of any other cities that are doing sort of like directive mental health care in the field for youth?
I have not. I'm kind of looking around. I don't know if there's anybody else on the team that has any perspective to share. And if not, it's something we can jot down as a homework assignment.
I was just going to say, maybe as a side note, when we're talking about our diversion program, when we bring our kids in, they do, during the intake process, they do assessments. And so with that, part of that assessment does include mental health, either of the kid and or people at the house. So I could see, I don't know that if we track that or if we have the capability to track that, but I can definitely go back to our diversion program and see if we can get some raw numbers, which may give us some insight.
Okay, that'd be helpful. I know that at the county level, the mental health services is really strapped right now, both from a resource perspective and the capacity perspective. But if we can, with this information, with this underlying data, we can think of some unique ways, perhaps just to partner with individuals like StarMed and other, potentially some of our hospital partners in the community as well, to think about some unique ways to address this. So I just feel like this topic is one that's addressable. These aren't large numbers. We have a spotlight on this top 10%. That's really less than 500 individuals. I believe we can come up with some innovative ideas to begin to address this if we target the underlying issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to next month's little bit deeper dig into the information. This is a great start. Thank you for pulling this together in such a short period of time. I'm happy to hear about all of the different cross-functional entities that are working on this, and that's what it's going to take, right? Because it is definitely a public health issue for the community. So we look forward to your work, and thank you for your leadership on it. We will wrap up with one last item, and that item is related to our performance management framework and how we're going to make sure that we're measuring our results from all of this activity. So I will turn it over to Ms. Julia Martin from the City Manager's Office. Yay, more paper.
All right. We'll let the transition happen. All right, I'll do a little preamble while we're waiting for the slides to get pulled up. We did this presentation this morning at Transportation Planning and Development. We didn't get to it at Jobs and ED, and then BGIR, we didn't have a quorum. So the intent obviously was to do this all in every committee else. This is probably fresh. That's all. That was all my preamble before before the slides were pulled up.
Does that mean I can sign out?
I did. I tried. Yeah, sure. I got it here in front of me. I'll just say we're not going to ask for any formal action from the committee today. It is much more feedback discussion. We want your input on the direction that we are going. You can go to the next slide, please, whenever you're ready. All right, we can skip ahead to one more. Again, just a reminder for everyone about where we have been and where we are headed. So in January, Council selected their policy goals and objectives that aligned with the strategic priorities, but these loosely rolled up into the committees. February, you all affirmed the selected policy goals and objectives, and we were off to the races in terms of matching these up with performance measures. We're here today to get some of your feedback on where we are with the performance measures. I'll say, I think that committee meeting was February 5th, and we're here on March 4th, so we are going rapid speed on this. So we are really in process seeking your feedback on how we are doing with tracking progress on the things that you all identified are important. Important to note, this is not everything that the city tracks. This is not everything the city does. This is just a subset of things that council has highlighted and wants to put more of an emphasis on in the coming year. In May, we'll put together something that looks, that incorporates all the committee's work and then looks, like a real performance management framework. And then striving towards future public reporting, we know that it's important to council. So whether that is a live to date dashboard or something that updates on a monthly basis, we want this to be a valuable tool for you when you are talking with your residents, when you are making decisions. So the ultimate goal is to make sure that we are accomplishing the things that you have said are important, and that we can understand how policy impacts might sway some of these things. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview about our approach to identifying performance measures. So I'll start with the top. A number of the policy goals and objectives were from the comprehensive plan, which already includes performance measures. So wherever we had existing measures that aligned, we obviously started there. Same thing with information that's already tracked by the department. The conversation today was great. And so violent crime rates is obviously something that CMPD already looks at. One thing we took some time to do was differentiate between what is a city measure and what is a community measure. So we have two examples up there on the slide for you. I'll just note today in the Jobs and ED Committee, Danielle Frazier was talking about a workforce development strategic plan. Obviously, that will come with policy goals and objectives, and so that's something that we can incorporate going forward. Right now, we're looking at how we do as an employer in terms of middle-skilled jobs. We obviously have about 9,000 employees, so we do play a significant role in that ecosystem. Understanding, Andrew will talk a little bit about how the measures relate to the policy goals. It's not always a one-for-one. Once we saw the whole gamut of what every committee selected, we realized there were some opportunities for alignment that better fit what other committees are striving to do. And then obviously this is a work in progress, so looking for where we can refine and continue to iterate on this to make it the most meaningful thing to you in council. And I failed to introduce Andrew Bowen and Jackie Tynan, but you already know them, so they're here to help me out. All right, Andrew, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. And just to throw another curveball, since you already had to hear me speak, I'm going to let Jackie discuss this piece, and she's been the real muscle behind this effort on our team. So, Jackie.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. So as we went through all of these, we looked at all of the different strategic priorities and the policy goals that were selected. And across all of them, we found 18 unique policy goals, 29 unique policy objectives, and then 37 measures. So you might remember as you went through this process, you might say, hey, we came up with 12. The committees only came up with 6. No, that's what Julia was talking about. We kind of aligned them and said, okay, these are existing across different strategic priorities. So one of the examples is equity and governance framework actually showed up in all 5 of the strategic priorities. And so we've removed it from all of the committees except for the well-managed government, engagement, and equity group. And so it shows up there, but we've highlighted in our own documentation, it actually shows up across all 5 of the strategic priorities. And in the handouts that you have, there's an appendix, and that's where we kind of call out those unique ones that are showing up over and over again so that you can see we've removed it from your list, but it's still in the measures, it's still an objective that we're looking at. Next slide, please. So we'll start with the great neighborhoods. There were 5 unique policy goals that we identified that we'll select measures for and came up with 8 measures that will roll up into those. Each one, depending on what the measure is, access to data. Some of them will be very discrete where we measure it one time, one thing. Some of them will be able to kind of expand upon and show different levels of measurement for each individual measure depending on what it is and the availability of the data. And if you look at the handout, the policy objectives that those measures are tied to are there. So it was too much for this slide, but you have it in front of you in the handout if you are curious to see how everything panned out. Next slide. And then we did the same thing for safe communities where we ended up with 3 policy goals and 6 proposed measures. Again, some of them we can get into a little bit more deeply, whereas others it's going to be one number and that's it. And that is what we have for the policy goals and objectives.
Let me just do a quick wrap up and then we'll turn it back. Last slide, please, here. So obviously we'll get your input today. What staff will do over the next couple months is look at targets. So you'll see there were no targets on here today. Obviously that is, we're going to take a look at what the historical data tells us, what the policy goals tell us, and what we think we can achieve. We'll need to work on some of the back-end processes for automation where that's possible, collecting information from a variety of departments. And then I'll say, kind of ask for your grace in some of this. And I think the one we had a good conversation around this morning was around number of how we engage our residents. So that's critically important to council. But we're going to need some brain trust, something to figure out how do we really measure that? Is it the number of people in a room? Is it the level of in-depth conversation? Is it the level of awareness that a resident has when you're speaking to them? And so we know that's really important. We want to get it right, but that's going to take a little bit of time for us, probably looking at other cities, figuring out what is the best way that we can report on that. So council feels that the residents are being meaningfully engaged in a way that help support decision making. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Wellington.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions from the floor? Okay, just a couple. Were you gonna say that? All right, this is the first thing for me as I look, and forgive me, I'm digesting. I'm interested in the conversation around the city metrics versus the community metrics. It certainly makes sense. The watch out for me is that we miss an opportunity to develop output metrics, because I think we absolutely need the in-process metrics in terms of how much are we spending and those kinds of things, what kind of investments are we making. I just want to make sure that we also include, is it effective, right? We may be very efficient in our spending, but are we effective in the outcome? Because I think about programs where we maybe have low utilization. And so we've done our part on the in-process side of really focusing on it, but is it translating? Are there people who are able to actually use the programs? And if not, why not? And I think those kinds of things show up in the output metric, because if your in-process metric is green and your output is red, there's a gap there that we need to look at. So I just want to make sure that that part complements what we have here, but certainly just as an overall look, it makes sense. I see how it follows from where we started at the annual process. And I'm sure I'll have a little more comments later on. Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So still looking at the handout that you all presented to us for great neighborhoods, when I look to the back and I look at the appendix, and I go down to the last, workforce and business development is the strategic priority. The original policy goal was housing Charlotte framework. The original policy objective was to offer tax relief to long-time property owners. How we measure that, included in great neighborhoods housing program, investments, housing trust fund, rehab, and et cetera, and low access to housing opportunity areas. I would like for us to make sure that we are giving ourselves the opportunity to stay current with what's going on in the community. Because again, this language goes back to what I shared earlier and what I've shared multiple times. Our housing opportunity areas have shifted across this entire city. So if this is really a goal, the manager and I had conversations with Assistant City Manager Askew and others. So we think about the funding that we put in support with the county for the upcoming tax bill. Well, that breakdown, when I followed up with the manager, it was a very small, you had access only up to $650. But we saw tax increases that exceeded 200% in some cases and in some areas of the city. The average individual, when they broke down the numbers, did not receive that $650. The average was around $300. There's still a gap. The idea of, well, we need to make sure that we have funded over 4 years, the individuals who currently own those homes aren't going to be there next year, potentially. The way the county is set up is you need to be owner occupied a minimum of 3 years to qualify for the services. So if we don't figure out how to help you now, because that community that you moved into where you purchased your home for under $100,000, that has now seen tremendous opportunity and growth. So you now have homes that have sold for over $700,000 in your neighborhood. You're now our target. So when we're looking at initially the policy objective being to offer tax relief to long-time property owners, we're changing the measure. Yet what I don't see is how do we address the initial objective. I don't want us to change the measure and create this vacuum for where the initial objective was not met, and how do we marry the two?
So I think that goes back to Chairman Watlington's conversation about the outcomes, right? Because the input could be the tax relief or housing trust fund dollars, but what was the output and was it really effective? So I think it goes back to that conversation as well.
And I'll just add, we have the, measures as a bulleted list on this screen, but there will certainly be things underneath that. So in that example, housing services that enable or support homeownership, there's a number of different ways that we can do that. And so we'll make sure to break that down so you can understand. And in that too, look at the effectiveness of our programs. There'll be a narrative component.
That will be very helpful because my comments were definitely in line with Dr. Wallington's as far as what are those measurables. I just want to make sure that we don't create a new measure that creates a potential vacuum for what the original measure, because that is what we told the community that our goal and our focus was. So were we able to achieve that on some level before we said, well, now here's the measure we're identifying? Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, because I know we've got a couple of minutes left, just taking an even closer look in that vein. As I look at jobs housing ratio in areas vulnerable to displacement, I believe that one matches up to this comprehensive plan goal number 9, where we talk about improving job skills match in areas where residents may be vulnerable to displacement. How do we tie that to the skill, right? Because if there are jobs there, but they're jobs that the people are not upskilled for, we may not see the connection. And then I also wonder, how do we leverage like other governmental metrics, like employment by census tract, for instance, for that one? And how do we leverage maybe private partner metrics? So I think about this solar projects piece, and I don't know this, I'm completely making it up, but could like Duke Energy have something that tells us how much energy is coming off the grid for our locality, right? So there may be other folks that are tracking data that is helpful to us, and that's all. Any comments from the, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Well, actually, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that before we close out.
Solar projects is a community measure.
Okay.
So in talking with Sarah Hazel, that's something that we can look at on a community-wide basis. So that will be one where we can get information about what's happening across the community in addition to what we do as a municipality investing in our own facilities. Yep.
And as it relates to the job skills, the jobs housing ratio, the census does actually have a very robust data set that we use. So we have home location and work location, and it's broken out by wage. So it doesn't exactly get to the skill of the job, but it does have a pay band that we'd be able to massage a little bit.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Unanimous. See y'all next time.